Well, I think I'm live, even though I don't think YouTube is telling me that I am yet, but I must be. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Hopefully, you can hear me and see me. Happy weekend to y'all, my Zen friends. Hope you're having a great evening. Hope you're doing well. And happy uh, weekend to everyone. Before we get started, I do want to bring in some beautiful love energy. We got a lot of energy going on in the world today and across the United States. We have no king marches and pride marches and all these different things going on. So I do want to send love energy out because, conflicts and different things can be some lower vibrational energy. So if you'd like to join me, we're going to bring in love energy anyway. But if you'd like to send it out just to help love, unconditional, eternal love energy flow across the planet, just to help expand that beautiful, higher vibrational love energy, I invite you to do that. And we're, of course, going to fill us up first with that. We're going to allow that energy to flow in through our mind, our hearts, our energetic fields, our physical bodies, fill up our lives, and then flow out to the world. And then, of course, we can always, in this moment, think of something that we're grateful for, because that immediately expands our love vibration, and it invites messages from spirit, as well as uh, draws what we're grateful for, more of that toward us too. So if you'd like to join me in doing that, I'm going to start off by taking a big deep breath right here, right now. Hold for just a sec. Coming back to right here, right now. I will hit the singing bowl 3 times, so buckle up. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. Feels good, feels lighter. All right. So welcome, everybody. Welcome, my Zen friends. Hey, Sudeshna, and New Love, and Chocolate Empress, and Alicia, and Anusri. Hey, everybody. I know we're a little light today compared to normal Saturdays, but we have a lot going on in the world. So I imagine everyone's out doing things and a bit involved in life today, I think. So might be a shorter session. We'll see how it goes. But we'll definitely pull in questions from spirit. I am going to be using this great deck today. It's the Dream Raven Tarot that a friend gifted me. I'm just going to put that big old box over here. They're big, big, beautiful cards. Even just the backside of it here. I love ravens and crows. These are very colorful ones. So we will be using those cards for readings today. And if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome, first of all. Got a great group of people, huge hearts, great senses of humor, which are two things that are very important in our human adventure these days. So welcome, welcome. There's always room for more Zen friends. So happy to have you here. Quickly, how the free readings work. I just go down in order. First come, first serve down the chat. There's no special list or anything. The chat is it. Just put your question out there, or if you don't know what you want to ask, but you want a message from spirit, or you don't want to share your business, you can just ask for a general reading. For the free readings, we pull generally 1 to 2 cards for those. And if anyone makes a donation, I do honor that energy exchange. I prioritize those readings stepping out of the free readings. Dive deeper, pulling more cards for those too. And then I return back to the main chat. My YouTube channel members, if they're here, you'll see their names in green with a little badge. They get second priority for their free readings, and then I move on to the other free readings. So if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box of the video. I do have my Venmo, CashApp, PayPal, and Square. I don't have any set dollar amounts. Whatever you give from your heart is the perfect amount, because I know everyone's cost of living is different. The rates of its exchange across the world are different. Everyone's finances are different. So whatever you give from your heart, always that perfect amount. If you're interested in becoming one of my YouTube channel members, there's a link down in the description box. I have 2 levels: Zen Cricket at $2.99, Praying Mantis at $7.99. We do get together on Thursday nights for 2, sometimes 3, sometimes 4-hour session for unlimited tarot readings. We do oracle readings, past life readings, all sorts of fun stuff. And that's both of the groups together. And then on the Friday night and Saturday night after my regular sessions, and on tomorrow on Sundays after a session, my Praying Mantis members get together for a special sessions for just them. So if you're interested, again, there's a link down in the description box of the video. Let's see what else. I want to make sure you guys know I do have a giveaway going on this month. We had a giveaway last month celebrating 2,400 plus YouTube channel members. We're already past halfway on our way to 2,500 already. So thank you guys so much. We did have a giveaway. And then for the month of June, each week, I'm giving away at least one personal recorded reading. This video announced the winners from last month, but in the last part of it, there is a announcement, I guess, of the weekly giveaways for June. So if you're interested in getting into the drawing, check it out here in that link. And then also this morning, we had my final sun season video, which is for Cancer sun season, which is what, next Thursday? It's the 20th. It's so we move into the sign of Cancer, and we also have all the Equinox readings. Not Equinox, Solstice readings. So if you haven't checked those out, that gives us a 3-month forecast. Here's a link to that playlist. And if you want, here, I'll just put in the different, it's by each element. So I'll just pop those out here just for the ease of use if you're wanting to check any of those out. And then we also have the Sagittarius full moon this week, which was my last full moon reading. I've been putting out a lot of readings every month, since January. But this month, and I got sick, sinus and cold and everything else. Spirit was like, it's time to balance. And so I'm backing away off of all those other videos I've been putting out. Well, Monday will be my last quest video as well. So I'm going to be sticking to just these live sessions. And then we're going to be working on a weekly podcast that talks about, I'm going to call it, right now, the working title is The Easier Path with bruddaZEN, which, of course, the human path is not an easy adventure. but we can make it easier through different tools and different explanations and perspectives. And so we're going to talk about how to make life easier as we go through the podcast. So I'm excited for that once it comes out. All right. So I think those are the only things I wanted to share. That's enough, right? All right. Okay. So I think that is everything. We will stop there. Now, at the end of each session, I put timestamps as I'm going through the session. But at the end of the stream, I do post a pinned comment listing the readings I completed with the timestamp. So if you put your question out and you're like, I got to go live life, please go enjoy. And then once the stream is done, you can look for your name and then just click on the timestamp. It will take you right immediately to your reading. So boom, boom, boom. That is how that works. All right. So I think we will get started here. Like I said, I'm going to use these Dream Raven Tarot. And for donations, you do get a fortune cookie. I've got Everyday Miracles from the Course in Miracles and these little affirmator cards. We already kind of burned through all the Power of Surrender cards. So boom, boom, boom. All right. So we will jump in. I do have some donations, so we'll start there. So Sudeshna Ghosh, thank you so much. I do see here you've got 3. And then BB, thank you for just making your donation. You'll be up after that. So let's grab your timestamp here. So Sudeshna, you'll be at 12:12. How perfect. And we'll do that times 3. So we'll do your 3 here in a row. Here we go. I think I spelled that right. All right, very good. All right. So let's give your first one a love and a like here. And so up here first, I hope you're doing well. Glad you liked your reading. All right. So all right, very good. So for your first question here is about Tathagata. I'm probably totally murdering name. We'll call him T. Hey T. All right. And so you're good friends and you like him. So what are his feelings for you? Let's take a look here. Okay. Boom, boom. Any love emotions in there? Let's take a look here. Specifically ask that. And then, or does he think of you as a friend? I feel like we'll kind of just look at each one of those energies and just see what comes through with all these here. Bottom of the deck, we do have the 8 of Wands. And the 8 of Wands energy it's a lot of energetic and physical attraction energy, a lot of energy flow. I feel like we got the 8 of Wands around them before, which I do feel like there's a lot of activity going in their life more so. And I feel like the energy is kind of more focused in on, so much happening in their life that I just feel like they're can't get their head on straight because it's just this is asking their attention, this is asking for their attention, this is asking for their attention, this and this, like torn in 8 different directions all at once, and you're just like, oh my god, overwhelming, right? And I kind of feel like that's their energy right now in their life. So keep that in mind with everything. What are his feelings for you? We do have the 8 of Cups along with the Lover's card. So there is the energy. It's a very important relationship that's here. So they do have these feelings of important relationship. We'll clarify if it's with the next one. Is it love, emotion? Because the lover's energy it can be best friends, it can be family, it can be friends kind of energy with that. But with the 8 of Cups, the 8 of Cups is a movement, a lot of emotional flow going on in their life. And I feel like that with that 8 of Wands, I feel like they are having a lot of transformation and relationships in their lives, like friends and family and all this, all these people leaving and coming and going, and that's why I feel like they're just in this whirlwind of energy and emotions that are going on. Let's see what their is it love energy here? So we got the 4 of Wands, which is a joy and a celebration energy, and the High Priestess. There is a lot of hidden emotion below the surface with the High Priestess. Very much a lot of moon energy, a lot of emotion there. And the 4 of Wands energy, is, and I feel like this is a lot of this subconscious. I don't even know if they're conscious of it because it's so pushed below the surface. But it is the marriage card with the 4 of Wands, and so I feel like there is love energy that's there, and they do have these feelings that, are there for you, but they're very pushed very deep here. Let's see here about friends. Does he just think of you as friends? The Fool card here is about fools rushing in and jumping in and taking the chance at something. Let's see what else we have here. 9 of Pentacles. Kind of in this place here of wanting to be independent with themselves right now just because of this Fool card. Does go back to this 8 of Wands energy. I feel like they have a lot going on in their outside world, and it feels like their life has just so many things, so many new beginnings, so much stuff. This is where this overwhelming energy is coming in, and I feel like they're looking at being self-sufficient, trying to get grounded in themselves, and then, okay, all right, now I can start making decisions and start having things uh, evolve and change in their life here. Let's see what else. 8 of Swords, all these eights. Eights are very flowy energy if you imagine 4 on each side. So there's this, you got energetic flow, you got emotional flow, you got mental flow that's happening everywhere here. Yeah, and the Ace of Cups, I feel like it's, you know, Ace of Cups is like new love energy. So I feel like they don't feel like it's just friends in their heart. Like in their mind, I feel like with this 8 of Swords, you know, this mindset is what's keeping them held back. So I do feel like there's, hidden emotion a lot below the surface, but they don't feel this and they do feel like it's an important relationship. So I do feel like they have all these thoughts, and even if they're subconscious, but I feel like some are conscious too. I do feel like, you know, when things settle down eventually for them, that there can be that kind of energy where they realize this. But so it is all there flowing below the surface. But I think we talked about like the 8 of Swords energy. Their mindsets are that which, you know, keep them from acting on things themselves a little bit. So that is what they have for that particular one. Oh, good. I'm glad you enjoyed your reading. Hey, Olivier. Shout out to one of my YouTube channel members. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. And let's jump into number 2 here. Let's give that a love and a like here. And you want to know, what does he want from this connection? So based on current energies, what is he wanting from this current connection? We've got that. We've got that. We've got that. I feel like this one here. All right. So the bottom of the deck, we have the Judgment card. So Judgment card is like seeing things from a different perspective, right? They're up in this branch trying to gain clarity around what they want. So the underlying energy kind of starts off like, I don't think they know what they want. Like again, with all that other energy that they have going on, they're like, I just feel like their whole life is, they call it helter skelter, just so much going on that there's a lot of emotional, mental, energetic confusion. And I just feel like they're so distracted by life and so much stuff that they don't know what they want. But let's take a look here and see if we can. That's the underlying energy at the bottom of the deck. We have the Magician along with the Moon card. Yeah. So that High Priestess Moon energy, there's a lot of hidden and unknown things. Um, with the Moon card, there's a lot below the surface. And the Magician card is about action and wanting to take action, but not knowing what they want to take action on. So that does reaffirm this other Judgment card here, because I feel like they're waiting for things to bubble up, um, to for things to stand out for them to want to take action on. Because again, it feels like there's so much flowing and so much going on, like nothing's standing out to them right now to take action on. It's more putting out fires and reacting instead of choosing to wanting to move towards something like intentions, right? I feel like they're more in this reactive state of change happening in their life. So I feel like that's what those energies are. Let's see what else we have here too. Yeah, 8 of Wands again. That was the underlying energy on your first reading. Again, affirming a crazy, crazy amount of activity going on. And they're looking for rest. The 4 of Swords is, uh, you know, trying to get to a place where their mind can just relax. Kind of feel like I need to like, okay, all the activity, all this urgency, all this, reaction. Okay, things are calm now. So now I can, you know, be calm. And now what do I want to do? Because I feel like they're so scattered it's gonna have to wait until things do change there. Yeah, and underneath there we have the Ace of Cups, so they do want love from your connection, just a matter of what kind of love is what they're wanting here, right? So it is below the surface, all of this. And I feel like, what I'm seeing like in my mind is like if I think about it for a half a second, it's in between fires that I have to put out. And it's like, oh, okay, it's like the thought almost gets in there to think about, and then something else happens. I just feel like their life is a flurry of activity, both for their own life, and I am sensing a lot of stuff going on, like in their um like family and their little group, because we've got the 3 of Cups too, which is can represent like our family circle with our friends circle and our social emotional group that we're involved in. So it feels like a lot of, specifically, especially a lot of family drama, a lot of family things that are unfolding that they're involved in and right in the middle of, and they're like, oh my gosh, and they're looking to them to solve things. And so they not only are responsible for everything going in their own life, they also have all that other stuff going on as well. So it makes sense that they're like exhausted mentally, emotionally, energetically. So much going on that they just are looking for a rest so that they can regroup and focus in on things. So I like that. So that is what they have for those. So thank you for those. And then for your third one, let's give that a love and a like here. All right. And then let's see here. I see your third and fourth question, and I see both of those. So this will actually be times 4. We'll do all of these together, since that donation was for third and fourth one. So thank you for all of that. Let's give that a love and a like there. All right. So okay. So number 3 is, how will he react based on current energies if you speak your heart out and share your emotions, right? Does that scare you? Ooh, it does most humans. Oh, if I put my heart out there, is it going to be slapped away or embraced or what, right? So I get it. Let's refresh the cards here and let's see what comes in there. Oh, I know, I know. Everyone's been there, or will be there. All right, so let's take a look here. Based on current energies, how will he react based on current energies? Okay, I feel like that one comes first, and this one, then this one, then this one, and then these here. All right. Sorry, I'm crunching my cough drop. Didn't want to do it in the microphone here. Okay, so these are all the underlying energies underneath each of those. Okay, so bottom of the deck, we have the Magician card energy here. And the Magician energy, as this underlying energy, doesn't really have to do with their reaction. This has to do with your empowerment. And I like that because, as with any action that we choose to make in the outside world, right? I have the power to choose my physical actions. I have the power to choose what energy I focus on. I have the power to choose what, emotional choices I make. And I have the power to choose what mental ones I make as well, right? What story I put to a situation that's going on. So I like that going into it, that, regardless of how someone else acts, reacts, chooses to, do something, their action or their non-action, their words or their silence, that's out there until it gets in here, it doesn't have meaning. And then I'm the one that puts meaning to it. So I like that they're saying here, just, to help us with our fears, that it doesn't matter what the outside world does. We're the ones that control our story. And I like that because we're so much taught that everyone else defines our worth. No, I define my worth. And when we can sit in that and get into that empowerment, that's when we truly start wielding our magic wand in our life, right? So that's good to know starting off here. Let's see what their first reaction is here. Oh, we have the Knight of Swords. So it does ignite some great communication. Let's see the underlying energy for that one. Yeah, Page of Cups. There is this happiness that comes in with all of this. So that's a good reaction. Is there like, really? Wow. So I like that. It does bring happiness to their heart. It does bring in some good conversation and communication with the Knight of Swords. So that's a good. They don't go like scream and run away. Here's that Judgment card. I feel like they are, you know, they communicate that they're looking at life and trying to get a perspective of what's going on in their life. But with the Page of Pentacles underneath, this is another card of abundance and new opportunities that it opens up in the outside world. So they definitely see it as a good thing, as a beneficial thing, and I like that. Again, the energy not like oh no 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 no, that doesn't fit into my life. They're like, I can see that seeing you being a part of my life. I can see this. Um, I just have so much going on right now, and so I feel like they're like, because they're so busy, they're like, I love that you shared this. And we'll see what they if they share their emotions here too. But I do feel like they're like, I I want to give this the proper time. So I'd like to talk more about this, but I have to, I only have so much time. I have to go, to the hospital to visit my mom, or I have to go do this, and I'm obligated to go do this thing, but I want to talk about this more. Can we let's get together, kind of energy. So if that happens where you're like sharing it with them, you might like to as a, Hey, do you have like some time? I just want to chat with you and about something important in my life. And you're like, yeah, just do you have like a pocket of time just to make sure like they don't have, something pre-scheduled? I do feel here with that even though there's nothing pre-scheduled, I feel like the time is shortened because of an urgent matter that they didn't know about, that comes up. So I do feel like there's this you can talk about a certain amount of it, but then they have to go and they want to talk more about it, which sucks, right? Because from our human perspective, because they're like, "Oh my god, you mean I have to wait more?" No, but it's for us when it happens because that allows us to face our fears, right? And again, step into our power of the magician. All right, let's see what else they have. Yep, King of Cups, the balance between head and heart. And we have the Four of Swords too, peace of mind and rest. Here's that card we had for that first reading form too. And I do feel like they do are like, the King of Cups is like a compatible energy where again this I can see us, we're so good together, and we have so much in common and we really fit like a glove in so many ways. I can see this, and I feel like it puts their mind at rest when you guys hang out. And I feel like that's a great place is because um, there is this mental stability that comes in when they look at this, right? Yep, temperance. Again, this would be patience and timing. Ugh, I know, right? Underneath that, the Four of Cups, yeah, emotional stability. So there's a lot of, you know, um, I would like to see this grow, and I can see that it can grow in that area. Let's continue, you know, to get to know each other more and more, and let's hang out more and more. I can see it going there. I just need stability to come into my life so I can give you and our if we move into a relationship, the time and energy it deserves instead of feeling like I'm trying to fit you in between the important things. I want to be able to have all this stuff moved out of the way so I can prioritize and make it a priority instead of it, you know, with everything that's going in their life, trying to make it that way. I haven't given you any fortune cookies. I just realized that. So we'll give you 3. Or maybe we'll just, give you 4 after we finish your 4th one, so you can have all your dessert after the 4-course meal, right? All right. Yeah, and I'm actually doing yours right now, Sudeshna. So this is when you're started here. That's your timestamp right there. 12:12 is when I started your readings. So I'm right in the middle of them right now. All right. And then I'm on to number 4 right now, actually. So, and so your 4th question was, what changes will that make in your connection? All right, let's take a look here. Okay, this one. I do want that one. Those 2. Nope. All right. And these 2 here. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Spirit, they're so funny. Got the 2 of Pentacles. Could go either way, 2 different directions. No, that's what when I saw it, I was like that, and they're like, "No, actually, that's about balance." It is cycles, how it would impact your connection. It would go in cycles. It would grow closer, and then you'd feel a little bit of stepping back. It's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, which is progress. It feels like there's this, ebb and flow of it as it moves forward. Um, and So maybe it's more like 3 steps forward, 1 step back, uh, so it's important to know that because I feel like, again, so much happening in their life, they get pulled here, they get pulled there, they get pulled here, they get pulled there all over the place. So, just realize that it doesn't negatively impact the connection, it does increase it. Yeah, 10 of cups, joy, joy, and a lot of emotion overflow. So it definitely feels very positive with all of this. Got the ace of wands. Yeah, it sparks some new energy, some new energetic and passion, physical attraction. So I feel like like if you both have been holding back your passions, that once you realize it, that you're more willing to be more affectionate with one another as well. You got the 10 of swords, letting go of a lot of expectations. Yeah, and the world card. It's an important thing here. And I feel like, that's what spirit is saying is, realizing what will help the relationship grow, how the relationship gets impacted has so much to do with expectations, right? Because when we meet someone and we have no expectations, we think they're wonderful, right? We both think each other are wonderful because we don't have any expectations. Everything someone is like, wow, above and beyond extra, right? And then we start hanging around with someone and we get a little crush. We have expectations on how they should be treating us, what they should be doing. And that happens with every type of friendship and relationship is we start expecting things because people are doing certain things. We expect them to continue to do that. We expect certain things from friends, but that starts sucking the life. You see how they used to be this and now they're this, right? And then let's say we start dating. As soon as we put a different title on our interactions, new expectations that we've had in our mind since we were young, the supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's and must be's, suddenly it's less. And then we date exclusively and then we get engaged. Look at and then we get married and we're like, why did they change? And like, they never changed. We never changed. Just our expectations, the stories in our brain, which is the 10 of swords. That's what sucks the life out of things. Because with all these rules, we think of how they're what they're supposed to be doing, should be doing, and need to be doing. Sucks the life out of it. We are focusing on what someone is not being, what something is not being. We're focusing on not having. And of course, with all of our energy, we realize when I'm focusing on not having, I get more not have. When I focus on what I'm grateful for, then I draw in more of that and that expands. So if we keep focusing on what we love about something, what we appreciate about someone, then it just grows and grows and grows. But that's where that 3 steps forward and then expectations seep in. We take 1 step back and like, oh, that's right. Let me just focus back on gratitude. We move forward and expectations kick in. It moves back and that's kind of the human experience until we can live in gratitude around who someone is and not focusing in on, well, they should have done this, they should have said that, they shouldn't have said that, they shouldn't have done that. That sucks the life out of something, right? But that's what the world card is the last card in the major arcana. It's the ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. So that's the kind of energy that it comes in here as well. Yeah, the 9 of swords. You have the 9 of swords and the 10 of swords. Fear, our fears are what, suck things out of our life and energy away. The 10 of wands, it's with the 9 of swords, this energy is like because the 10 of wands can be both a harvest energy or a burden energy. And it all depends on when I'm focusing on gratitude, I feel abundance. And wow, when I'm focusing on my fears and expectations, burden, and it feels heavy, right? And so that's the fluctuation that happens depending on your mindset and what your focus is how you perceive the connection and how it changes. Same thing on their end. Whatever's going on over there, you don't know what's going on in that noggin over there. So whatever stories and stuff are going on, that'll impact um, your their connection with you, but your connection with them has to do with what's going on inside of you. So it's independent, which is good to know. I never really looked at it that way, but that totally makes sense. Spirit's so smart. All right. So hopefully that helps. And then let's give you your 4 fortune cookies now, since I didn't give you any at all. How rude. But let's give you your dessert now. Let me just put these cards back in. There we go. So we've got, let's do 2 from the Everyday Miracles from the Course in Miracles. So we'll give you those 2. Okay. Got that one, and okay. And then the 2 little affirmators. These are funny, powerful little affirmation cards. All right. So we'll start off with the more serious ones. Yeah. All things are lessons God would have me learn. And on the back it says, it takes great learning to understand that all things, events, encounters, and circumstances are helpful. And what a great energy to, around relationships. Everything is for us. We learn and grow through everything. And that is like this energy of like, do I you know, look at life as things are happening to me, or do I realize I asked for this to happen for me, and what gift is in this for me? Now, even the to me, when because we've all experienced that, it's human to feel like a victim and go, "Why is this happening to me?" To me, to me, to me. It's being done to me, not for me. It's a punishment, something. Why are people being so mean? Why is this happening? Because even that we learn through, because we realize after a while that's so disempowering instead of feeling empowered. So all things are lessons that God would have us learn, and it's for us. And then this other one, it can be but myself I crucify. And it says here, you have no idea of the tremendous release and deep peace that comes from meeting yourself and your brothers totally without judgment, without expectations, with unconditional love, right? With gratitude. So the release and deep peace that comes when we get out from this cage of all these supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and expectations. We get to enjoy life at its fullest instead of limiting it and doing those as well. So we have those 2. In your third one here, I love these little. This is the side of the affirminators. It's so fun. And this one says, "The story of my life." Little rattlesnake with a little mouse giving flowers. It says, as I tell myself the story of what's happening in my life, I choose to make it the kind of story where even the tough parts have a sort of inner beauty. It's ultimately a happy story where every character, no matter how wicked, is doing their best. And let me tell you, it'll be worth it when I earn that Pulitzer Prize for best inner monologue. So again, this is that bringing it back to that the story of I create the story about what's going on, not, the things of the outside world don't have meaning till they go in here, and I define that, right? And then your final fortune cookie for these 4, I see you added another donation, so we'll get that to that eventually. Look, you got peacefulness. This little heart here. This one says, I have a peaceful, tranquil, and untroubled heart. This is where I choose to spend my time. I can bring guests, but any person, thought, or event that brings drama or chaos is not invited. My heart is a special property, and I'm going to keep it that way so we can all keep enjoying it and I get my security deposit back. That's funny. Too funny. All right. So those are for those. So thank you again for your multiple donations there, and we'll circle back for your other question here in a moment. All right. So let's see here. And BB, you are up. You actually have two here. So thank you for your dual donations there. And let's put your timestamp out here. I don't think I put it down here. Falling down on the job. All right. So BB, thank you for the ice cream cone on this very warm day here in Colorado. It's almost going to get up to 90 degrees Fahrenheit. That's warm for here. All right. Okay, I want to keep that. I haven't read your question yet, but they're already having cards fly out here, so we'll take a look here. So your first question here is Raul's intentions, thoughts, and feelings towards you. What's the outcome of your relationship, right? So based on current energies, we'll look at that. So what are his intentions? I feel like that's intentions. Let's look at thoughts towards you. What's going on in their noggin? Are you sure you want to go in there? I'm sure that's a scary place. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, Raul. And then feelings towards you. The heart is a much more beautiful place, less activity, critical activity than the mind has. And then what, based on current energies, what's the outcome of your relationship? All right, those. What else? Okay, thank you. And that one. What else? Anything else? Okay, and that one there. All right. Let's move my little no button over here. Well, let's put it up there. All right. Let me just move all these over so I have space. All right. So the bottom of the deck, we start off here with the Three of Swords. The Three of Swords, you can see how there's three swords stuck through the heart. It's not a bad, no card is bad, in tarot. It's all information. But this is all about how that heartbreak is actually, it's around the truth around heartbreak. This is expectations equal disappointment, but it's the other meaning is what they're focusing in on, which is the truth around heartbreak. When I found out from spirit that heartbreak is an illusion, I was like, surely you jest. I have felt a heartbreak several times and it doesn't feel like an illusion. And they're like, well, let us clarify that. The idea that our heart can be broken is what the illusion is, because our hearts are so powerful. They're eternal, powerful things that can never be broken. And what spirit is saying that, the fear of being heartbroken is what this is focusing in on for you. They're not preparing you for heartbreak, at least not in this particular reading. But they want to just deal with the energy that's under the surface. Is the fear that we have is what causes the prick in our heart that makes us feel like our heart is broken. And how they showed it to me is like, if, like, my brother used to scare me, we used to take turns scaring each other, um, as children, right? And so, when someone jumps out and goes blah, and you're just like, that feeling in your heart of like panic, that's the heartbreak feels like. The difference is when I realized, oh, it's just you, the fear would go away because I'm not in danger anymore. But when emotional monsters scare us, emotional thoughts of, well, if they don't do this, this means I'm unlovable. Fear, right? And then it loops because we don't realize right away. It's that feeling is not resolved right away, going, oh, no, that's not true. There's this belief inside of, that means I'm unlovable. That means I'm unlovable. That means I'm unlovable. It keeps looping, which keeps the heart feeling like it's breaking over and over. That pain in our heart is like experiencing fight or flight over and over and over again. But the thing is, this was what really brought it home for me from spirit. They go, yeah, because like when you get distracted at work or this or a TV show or something, you don't feel that anymore. It's gone, right? If it was broken, you'd feel it breaking consistently. But when your mind gets distracted into something else, it dissipates until you remember, oh, wait, that's right, I'm heartbroken. Or you remember that this thing happened, they said this or didn't do this or whatever. And then it starts looping again until we face that fear, transform it, then we don't feel that. So I feel like that's important to know just around it in general, just for the underlying, if that helps. All right. Now let's get into your reading. That was the underlying energy. Intentions. Knight of Cups. Their intention is to move romantically. Knight of Cups is the quest for love. And so their intention is to romantically, they have romantic intentions. We'll put it that way. What are their thoughts? What's going inside that crazy mind of theirs? Well, they got the Queen of Cups. They do see you as someone very emotional, and not in like a, oh, you're so emotional, but they really love how you express emotion. The Queen of Cups is very empathic, and they love how they feel around you. They love how their your energy, just talking with you, spending time with you, your empathic abilities that you have from your heart transmute their energy. It helps them. Um, it just kind of comforts their emotions as well. And so they like this. They recognize this with their mind. I always feel good after I spend time or talk with you, because your energy, actually, your emotional energy helps their emotional energy. Seven of Pentacles is that they want to take their time. The mind is like, whoa, 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 don't rush into anything. That's the mind wanting to protect the heart. The heart loves to leap, and the mind goes, get back here. It's like there's a leash on it. Ever see those cartoons where the dog runs and it reaches the end and goes, that's what the mind is doing to the heart, their heart. No, you get back here. We have the Six of Pentacles. They also have these thoughts of what an equal giving and receiving type of relationship it is. I feel like they feel like it's very balanced with that. And the Page of Pentacles. So we do have here all this pentacle energy is about the outside world and our worth, but all this feels more about they're looking at, they love the emotional feelings, but they do want to take time in the outside world. Um, they're not in a super rush in their mind to move forward with all this. Feelings here. Let's see what's going on in their heart. Yeah, we got the Hanged Man, which is about transformation and seeing things from a different perspective. The heart definitely has a different perspective than the mind, but there's this transformative energy. Their heart's been growing and allowing itself to feel and come out of here. Yeah. And the Judgment card. Both of these are about seeing things from a higher perspective. This bird's upright. The Hanged Man would be the bird hanging upside down, seeing things from a different perspective. So the heart is exploring its different emotions on how it feels about you in a heightened way. Eight of Wands is a lot of passionate energy, meaning energetic attraction and physical attraction, passion energy, which is different than love energy. And this makes some sense here, that I feel like they were more taught to express themselves through passion than through opening their heart. This just has to do with them growing up on what they saw and how they experienced love, that they've kind of kept their heart protected and more distracted and said, here's passion though. And people would be more excited about that, and they could keep their heart kind of hidden. Well, with the Hangman, the Judgment card, I feel like they're looking at that differently with you. They're allowing their heart to be expressed more. Yeah. And the Moon energy. Deep, deep emotion making its way to the surface here, and a lot of emotions being revealed. So, this is different, and this makes sense with that Queen of Cups too, because your emotion helps their emotion feel safe and come out. It's like a little rabbit, and you're throwing little carrots to them, and they come out a little bit more and go back a little bit, and you throw 'em more carrots, more emotion, and they come out a little more and go a little back, and you throw them more. Before you know it, they'll be eating out of the hand. Before they know, you'll be petting the rabbit, So their emotions have been making progress and seeing things differently, feeling more safe as they go forward too. And the mind allowing the time, they're letting the leash, but if they jump up too fast, they pull back the rabbit. The rabbit's on a leash, right? That's their emotion. So hopefully that makes sense. Uh, and that's what's there. Now let's see what the outcome of the relationship is here. Do you have the Six of Cups with the Five of Wands? There's this interesting energy here. The Six of Cups is about past life, or I don't know if you guys have had any kind of interactions in the past, but we do have this energy of old emotions that with the Five of Wands, it's a transformation of energy. So if you guys didn't have a previous interaction here in this lifetime, even if you did, this is very much past life transformation of energy. So you might have been be feeling like this extra emotion below the surface that's bubbling up, especially you with your Queen of Cups connection to your subconscious emotional energy. I feel like you're aware of this past life energy that comes in. And but it's transformative. It's like you're transmuting and changing some old emotion that's under the subconscious world, where that's one of the pathways to the Akashic records. So that's where we feel past life emotion, past life memories, past life wisdom and knowledge. And I feel like emotionally, you're like picking this up. And part of the transformation that happens is you feel this release of old emotions that were bubbling below the surface that were there even before you met them in this lifetime, because they're from past lifetimes. Interesting. Let's see what else we have here. Got the Nine of Swords, which is the Nightmare and Insomnia card, along with the World card. Yay! We like that combination. World card is the last card of the major arcana, which is victory, ending of a cycle, beginning of a new adventure. So this, based on current energies, the fears drop away, which allows a movement in of a relationship that doesn't feel restrictive. It's not filled with all these thoughts and beliefs of supposed to be and should be and need to be, and focusing on what's not happening. Oh, there's this free feeling and this just this acceptance, this unconditional kind of love and gratitude energy around this. And I feel like that happens because you choose that, you're choosing instead of focusing on the fears and, with all that Three of Swords, when you realize it's all that stuff that causes the problems in a relationship. When we focus on that long list of expectations we are given growing up on who they're supposed to be in the relationship, how the relationship is supposed to start, all that's supposed to, how it's supposed to progress, what it's supposed to bring me, who I'm supposed to be in the relationship, and then just who I'm supposed to be in life. Exhausting, because we end up focusing on, we're check marking, right? We have a little checklist going, is it this? Are they doing this? Oh, nope, they're not doing that. The relationship isn't doing that. I'm not doing this. This isn't happening. We start focusing on all the what is not happening. And with our energy, what happens when we focus on not having? We grow that, right? We get more of that lack energy. Instead of, if I'm focusing on strictly what I love about who they are, what they're bringing into the relationship, how the relationship is progressing, what I love about it, what I love that the relationship is bringing, what I love about myself in this relationship. Growth, 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 and more gratitude, more things to be grateful for. And that's what builds a relationship, where expectations, these Nine of Swords, the Three of Swords, is what takes away from relationships, right? So I feel like with that awareness going in here, that is what helps this a whole brand new cycle, a whole way of looking at things. And then your final card, the Lovers. Dun dun dun. So definitely it feels like this, based on current energies, if we'll give it the time and focus on those expectations and really not focus on the expectations, but focusing on gratitude instead of those expectations, I do feel like there is this kind of outcome. And we'll pull a fortune cookie here for you too, and then we'll go on to your second question here. Let me just, that was a lot of cards. Let me just shuffle them back in. Instead of taking the time to, let's just shuffle these up. I just like the cards to be all mixed back up. So we don't keep getting the same cards popping out because they're all grouped together. All right. I feel like I want to go to the affirminators for you for this one. So let's take a look here and see. All right. That is your one here. And you've got clarity. Peeling the orange. Let's see what this is about. It says, stopping to listen to my inner self, I can easily separate my intuition from my mental clatter. That's the expectations, right? The clarity of my intuition, my heart, is a sweet, simple fruit that tastes familiar. And the mental chatter is a confusing, bitter rind that I shall peel off and chuck into the garbage or the compost heap if your mental chatter happens to be organic. I love it. They're so funny. All right. So that's for your first one there, BB. All right. And for your second one here, thank you for your additional donation and the rainbow. Why has Raul been distancing himself from me, and why is he so wishy-washy when it comes to actually meeting up? All right. Well, yeah, that makes sense with a lot of that other stuff that we talked about in this other one, right? Where their mind is, pulling them back here. And the wishy-washiness, and we'll pull cards on this. When the heart is battling with the mind, the heart goes, hey, I'd like to hang out. And then the mind goes, no. The fears kick in, and that's when the pulls back. The heart and the mind, the wishy and the washy, right? The wish, yeah, that's wishy, but this is washy. This is what washes away. No, 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 no. It's what the mind goes. and the heart's like, yes, I want to, but the mind is like, no. So let's take a look here and see what we have here. So why has he been distancing himself? Can we get some more clarity around that? No, none of those. Oh, these three. Okay. And then why is he wishy-washy when it comes to actually meeting up here? All right. And then these are underneath the surface. That one's over here. Okay. All right. We got the Six of Pentacles in your last reading, but it means something different in this one. Because the Six of Pentacles is this fear of codependent relationships here. Because the Six of Pentacles, it's one of my codependency awareness cards, among other things, and sometimes it pops in and sometimes it doesn't. But in this one, it does, because they even, it's funny because it's like mama bird feeding baby bird, it's like they have a habit of turning into this individual where someone tries to control them, and I want to be everything to you, but they don't allow the baby bird to give back here. So they, it's like when two adults go into a relationship, it turns into parent child instead of adult to adult. And they have it where they've been in relationships, and it goes back to childhood stuff, but they tend to get into these where they like to give, but someone tries to overgive and control them. And so that's where all those fears, a lot of their fears were coming in the first reading. And that's why the mind pulls back, and why the heart has had a hesitancy and showing itself, because when it goes, here I am, they're like, all right, here, I'm putting you in a cage and you're going to behave the way I want you. I already have that with my own mind. Why do I want to be controlled by the outside world too? So they have this hesitancy with that. And that's kind of just a good to know with that, because when we and that's that expectations, right? When a human has a lot of expectations, that's what tries to cage someone and tries to control them, which they had. They had controlling people in their earlier life, and then they just attracted that in their relationships, and they're just afraid that this is the what they're because they had this habit of in this cycle of drawing in people that are very controlling, and so they're hesitant and they kind of test the waters. And so it's not like they're testing you, they're just testing the energy to see if they can move forward or not. And so that's what keeps them a lot of this distancing themselves. Like we're talking about that rabbit, right? They'll come forward and then they'll come a little forward and then they'll run away, and they'll come forward and run away, kind of energy. And that's the whole thing. If I have expectations, well, they shouldn't be doing this, they shouldn't be doing that. That's those expectations. That's what they're afraid of instead of someone going, you know what? I embrace who they are. And um, I'm going to use this opportunity to focus on what's going on inside of me when someone else doesn't do what I think they should be doing. That's expectations. When people aren't acting the way I think they should be or should be, uh, you know, they shouldn't be doing this, they should be doing that, they should be saying this, they shouldn't be not saying that, they shouldn't be in silence. What's going on? That's our triggers, and we can look at that and go, what am I learning through this? Because I'm freeing myself from these expectations and rules, which allows me, to have that. So let's see here. Why have they been distancing themselves? So we've got the 10 of Cups, which is joy, joy, joy card. We've got the Ace of Wands, which is passion energy. We've got the Justice card, yes. Trying to find the balance, trying to see things from a higher perspective, trying to free themselves from expectations. And the Hermit, yeah, this drawing back to understand here. Bit introverted energy. So they do have this joy, they do have this Ace of Wands, but there's fears around that. I feel like there's some new energy coming in too about whenever they have been excited about something or had a great amount of joy around it, the other foot would drop, and the wishy and the washy, the mind would wash away all this stuff. And so this is the Justice card. They're waiting for things to balance. They're trying to see things differently. They have this draw where they do tend to flee instead of fight. So when their fear activates, that's when they flee and they withdraw in. It's like, where did the turtle go? It's into its shell because something frightened it. And it's like, okay, it's like that's its natural instinct, because whenever our inner children feel unsafe or out of control, we ignite. We either go into fight mode and argue and hiss and attack, or we hiss and run away, or just run away. And I feel like that's what happened here. They're not um, distancing themselves from you. They're distancing themselves because of their fear. They withdraw from the world when they're scared. And so we don't have to look at it that it's something that's happening to me. It's something they're doing for themselves to feel safe, but it's also happening for me. Every situation has a reason why the human is doing what it's doing, but there's a higher reason why it's happening for us. So we can go, okay, so them doing this is triggering something inside of me. My trigger happens in here. This is not theirs. I am being triggered by their action or non-action, their words or their silence. And it's like, okay, this is for me to look at, because I'm taking it personally that their actions mean something about me. And it's not. This is for them that they're doing this, right? And in a way, they're doing it for us too. So I like that. Let's see here. Where's this wishy-washiness? I feel like we know the Eight of Swords. Here's those expectations, the swords. We got the Knight of Cups, the quest for self-love, and the Three of Swords. Yeah. So here's that fear that we were talking about, the underlying energy before, the fear of heartbreak. But this Eight of Swords is this the mind. We got all the swords energy is this. The heart wants to move, but the brain is like, no. So it's confirming what we were talking about the wishy and the washy. The wishy wants this, I wish this, but the mind washes that. No, 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 you can't have that. And that's why it's like, it's almost like a parent-child, right? A child goes, "Oh, yeah, I can go to that birthday party," and they go, "Hey, I wanna go to the birthday party." "No, you can't go." "Why not?" "No, you can't go." "Well, no." Now I have to tell them, "No, I can't go." That's the kind of energy that's going on. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, and we got the Six of Cups and the moon energy. Here again, a lot of past life connection energy coming in here. A lot of emotional energy. So there definitely is this nudge from spirit to look at, why do I want this to happen for me? Because Six of Cups is past life energy, the moon card is past life energy for me. So both of these say that you guys have had many lifetimes together. And don't I look at like past life, you know karma gets a bad rap, and humans putting this karmic debt, and you reap what you sow, and this is the punishment for what you did in a past life. If you look at past lives as more as that we're very curious individuals that really seek adventure and perspective, and we're explorers. So if in one lifetime I'm a slave, let's say a slave owner, because this is like our mind, what we're taught is, if you're a slave owner in one life, you're going to be a slave in the next to make up for it. And it's like, no, it's not about making up for things and removing debt and things. Our energy is explorers. It's like, I experienced what it was like to be a slave owner. Now I want to experience it from that perspective of being a slave. Then I also want to go experience it as a townsperson that's neither a slave nor a slave owner, but I get to see it from that perspective. And then I want, and it's seeing it from all these different things. So this coming up is like, well, in another lifetime, you were the one distancing yourself. You were the one coming across as wishy washy. So it's like now, it helps us be a little less judgmental of someone else when I'm realizing, oh, I was that in another lifetime. Now I'm seeing it from this perspective. Or if I haven't, in another lifetime, I will be that. So it's like, well, you know what? Who am I to judge? I've done that. I will do that. So instead, I'm going to seek to understand it instead of judge it. And it's very refreshing and revealing when it comes to that. Yeah, and the Two of Swords. The wishy-washiness, the battle between the head and the heart is the Two of Swords. So it's telling us that this isn't about us. This is about what's going on inside of them, between their head and their heart. And when we realize they're not doing this to me, they're doing this for them and for us from a higher, standpoint, to help us free ourselves from these Nine of Swords on the bottom of the deck. Again, our thoughts, our beliefs, our mindsets on they're freeing us from all these rules that we have, all the stories that we've been taught to create around when someone does this or someone doesn't do that, someone says this or doesn't say that or is in silence. This means this. And it's like, does it though? I get to choose the story I put to any situation. I get to choose the emotions I feel. People can't make me feel a certain way. I am choosing it. We can make it easier or harder for us to choose lower vibrational emotions or higher, but ultimately, we're the ones that decide all that, right? So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your other fortune cookie is here. We're going to pull these from the Everyday Miracles from the Course in Miracles. So let's see, what's your fortune cookie for this part? All right. I feel like it is this one here. And it says, I am entitled to miracles. This is about our self-worth, right? says you are entitled to miracles because of what you are. You will receive miracles because of what God is, and you will offer miracles because you are one with God. So I like this, remembering who we really are. We're so much more than just this one human character. We're the actor behind these characters, powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit beings made of unconditional love, which is what they are too. This character they're playing, the real them is this actor behind this character. But this character is experiencing life and they're putting on doing the things they're doing for us as we are also being a character for them. So interesting. So hopefully that helps, BB. Are you laughing? I'm glad you have a sense of humor. So that's what they have for you there. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your dual donations. All right. And I haven't been paying attention. So, hey, Happy Pill, welcome. Shout out to another of my YouTube channel members here. All right. So let's get an idea here of where we're at on donations here. So just everyone knows where we're at. While I'm thinking about it, I'm just going to take a couple screenshots here because who knows how YouTube's going to interact today. I don't want anything to disappear on us. So when it comes into my brain, I obey, right? All right. Let me take just a couple more here. Thank you guys so much for being here on your weekend. Hope you're having a great weekend and enjoying your beautiful moments full of love. All right. I think that'll be good there. All right. So we finished up those. So up next, we'll circle back around here for Sudeshna. Okay. And then let me see here. Actually, before that, Maria P. Hello, hello. I see yours came in via the PayPal before that. So we'll have that one. And then we'll circle back to Sudeshna. And then let's see, that was, yeah, that one's the long one you said there, Sudeshna. Okay, and then we have Happy Pill for number 1, and then back to Sudeshna, and then back to Happy Pill. So we're going to play a little bit of ping pong between the two of you for a moment. Go back like tennis. All right. And then I think that is it. I like that. Thank you, BB. I'm a real one, huh? Whoa. I'm glad because I'm so grateful for Spirit's messages for us, right? All right. So I think that's where we're at on donations. So let's jump over here. So Maria P, let's grab your timestamp here. And we'll put that out here. Boom. Right, let me bring up your email here through the PayPal, since that's where your questions are at. All right. All right. Take a quick sip here. All right. So what are Walter's feelings and thoughts towards you today? Let's look here. Here's feelings. These are thoughts. And he keeps saying that he loves me and asking if you're okay. And you told him what you felt. Good. What is his thoughts after that, right? Let's take a look here. And is he ever leaving the dark side, right? Let's find out here. Based on current energies, and they said he didn't. Okay. That he didn't this time, but he did before. Does he? Right? Mm-hmm. Is he changing his story now? And then what else that you need to know around this here? And I feel like this one here. All right. Let's take a look. Okay, I don't want those. Just scooch all these over here. All right. So, what are his feelings going on right now? Okay, we got this one here. We do have the 10 of Wands, which Wands energy is a lot of fire energy. Let's see what's here. The World card, last card in the major arcana, and the Eight of Pentacles, too. I feel here this energy, there's a lot of anxiousness with this 10 of Wands, the World card, ending of a major cycle, the Eight of Pentacles, transformation. I feel like there's this energy of last night that they do have this fear and this anxiety around endings, right? It's like, well, yeah, it is there, buddy. No, I'm just kidding. You still care for him, I know. Thoughts that he has towards you. We have the Ace of Pentacles. Do we want to restart? What can he do? Queen of Cups. Yeah. And there is this energy here. Like they know that there's a lot of emotions, and so they do care about your emotions, and they're thinking a lot about how are you feeling. They're trying to kind of see it from your perspective and how that they can create a new start with this Ace of Pentacles with you. And the Eight of Swords, yeah. They're trying to look and understand your thoughts. What are you thinking? What are your fears? What can they do to help with all of this? Um, I am sensing a little bit here with, them really wanting to know about, well, okay, I'm going to try to put myself in your shoes. What emotions are you feeling? What are your thoughts? What can I do to help? Let me see here. Change your mind, change your emotions. How can I do this? Kind of energy. Right? I love you. How are you? Are you okay? Because he has a lot of fears like, oh, okay, I screwed up. But I like that he was at least honest with what's truly going on the dark side, and that it's not moving as fast as um and he's not being as honest with his ex, right? Baby mama. um in because there's a lot of fears that he's, you know, creating these pictures for people because he fears a lot about how people will act and react. And so I feel like that's kind of with this swords and cups is he's trying to understand so that he can create something to make you feel better. But really what you want is truth, right? No. Yeah, we'll look here. You know, um, I don't feel that. But we'll look at let's look at your other questions here first. So so after you told him um what you feel, his thoughts. Let's take a look here. So we've got here. Yeah, the Justice card. He's trying to balance it all out. He's trying to see things from your perspective and from where you're coming from. So he is trying to balance it out. And he did take what you had to say more and you're right about thoughts, not feelings around, what are his thoughts around what I'm feeling? It's up here, right? So he's trying to see things from your perspective, trying to balance things out mentally and think through everything. Based on his current energy, is he ever leaving the dark side? Let's take a look here. Yeah, I mean, ever is a long time, right? Is he ever? Yeah, at some point. Have the Knight of Cups, which is movement of heart. Ace of Wands is new passion and new decisions and action. They eventually are going to leave the dark side. but like I feel like he has to overcome these fears here. And I think maybe we talked about this a little bit, and this is how we all work as humans. When our fears outweigh this ugly feeling of not being true to ourselves and living the life we want, we don't act on it. Our fears keep us caged, right? But um when this ugly feeling of not being ourselves outweighs our fears, that's when we take action. So I feel like there still is this energy, and we kind of talked before about that, his ex baby mama being the Queen of Wands, where she's a fiery person that if he moves too quickly and she feels like hurt, then she will be very vindictive and she'll become the punisher and like, well, you can't talk to the children. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna da, 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 right. And it's like, oh wow, that I will make you pay for hurting me in any way. And I feel like very vindictive, very the Punisher. We'll start calling her the Punisher because that's the what he fears is you can really hurt me in a lot of different ways, financially, emotionally, mentally, physically with my children, different things like that. You're like, all right. So he said, okay, does he participate in passion with her? We got the Three of Pentacles, which is being true to one's authentic self. King of Pentacles. This is very much physical energy. Let's see what these other cards are here too. The Nine of Pentacles. Here's that wanting to be by themselves energy again. But all this Pentacles energy. Two of Pentacles. And the Six of Swords. Moving from old ways of thinking to new ways of thinking. And so this movement energy away from this. There's just a lot. 4 cards of physical world energy here. It doesn't feel, I mean, we didn't get Wands energy, which would be passion and action, right? It seems crazy. Yeah, Sun is 18 next year. So, there is that, that energy of um, she can still influence him, and um, try to, she would lie to his son about he did this to me, he did that to me, and can you believe he said this and did that, whatever. She would try to uh, put them against him, and he knows that because the vindictiveness that comes in there out of pain, and that's what she does, right? With the pain, but I just want clarity here. I don't know. It feels here with the Six of Swords like a movement away from physical intimacy, and it's more interacting with them in the physical world to maintain physical, you know, uh, abundance with that King of Pentacles. It's more to keep things whole in the physical world, but I don't feel like, um, I feel like he's telling the truth about that he didn't do it recently, but that he's been distancing himself. But I feel like, yeah, yeah, and I feel like there's less and less because of this independence with that Nine of Pentacles. It's more they're distancing themselves, but there is this still trying to keep face in different ways. So maybe not full blown, but um, yeah. But still, showing up and being there in their life in different ways, if not that way, right? Because one of their biggest fears on the bottom of the deck, is the fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold. And yeah, yeah. So, he's, you know, they might not go the full thing, but they still give him attention in the physical world because they're trying to wean away and and especially when he drinks, I feel like that he might, they might do things. But his intention is with the Six of Swords is to move away from that. But let me see. I feel like we want to do an everyday miracles fortune cookie here. I don't feel like he's upset with you. He's upset with himself. So, I don't feel like, because, I mean, who's he to judge about drinking? Hello. If anything, it makes him feel like I don't feel so bad about me since you drank and and whatever. So let's take a look here. I give my life to God to guide today, right? I'm surrendering. So we're asking, what would you have me do, Creator? Where would you have me go? What would you have me say and to whom, right? So I got this energy here. Creator's like, remember that you said caca things. Well, there you go. Honesty begets honesty. But I feel like this energy is remembering, like we talked about last night. They're like, remember that who you really are. You're not this human character. You're so much more. You're a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love. You're having a human experience, right? You're experiencing this life. And we experience the disappointments and, the expectations. They shouldn't be doing this. They're supposed to be doing this. That's where this feeling of fear when we are defining our worth by their actions, when we are allow someone to become our life, right? Instead of realizing my life is mine and I share it with someone, with a bunch of people, right? And I want to share it with them. I'm sharing my life with them, but they're not my life. They also are not the definition of my worth. Their actions or non-actions, words or silence mean about them and what they're going through, not about me, right? And and it really helps us go, you know what? They are doing the things they need to do because they are in fear. Every moment we're either, we're having mental activity, emotional activity, energetic activity, and physical activity. We're choosing for us, and if we're not choosing of higher vibration, then we're choosing from lower vibration, our own fears, like drinking and saying caca things is not our higher vibrational self. That's our inner child feeling unsafe and out of control, doing what it needed to do to feel in control again, numbing itself, and then sharing things, vomiting words, and sometimes other things, right? Um, so, there is that awareness. And then also be aware of a Sagittarius full moon on Wednesday, and Jupiter moved into Cancer, which Jupiter is the expanding planet. Cancer is emotions and mama energy. So there's a lot of emotional expansion going on in our lives for us, which does bring up a lot of crap, because it's helping free. It's like the rotor-rooter going through our emotional heart. It's getting stuff out of there that was stinking up our heart. All right. So that's what they have right now for you, my dear. I'm glad it helped a little bit. You're not plotting revenge in this moment, but come back to you and remember who you are, and that your actions define who you are, not anyone else's actions. All right. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hang in there. And I think you had a free reading. We'll circle back around to those sometime today. We'll see how that goes. All right. So hang in there. All right. And then Sudeshna, we are circling back around for your additional question, your first additional question here. So we'll put all your timestamps as we're going along. So yet exactly at 1:35. I love it when a plan comes together. All right, let me get rid of that one here. So Sudeshna, it's this one here, right? Yep. So let's give that a love and a like. I like that. Going to be a long question. Dropping it in comments. So his birthday's coming up. Yeah. Oh yeah, in what, 9 days. So you're thinking of going to give him some presents. Will he accept the gifts? How will he feel? Should you tell him on his birthday how special he is to me? What will be the consequences? Dun dun dun. All right. Let's take a look here. Let me take a quick sip here. And hello, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well. Thanks for being here. And I feel all the love, all the love. So thank you for that. All right, let's take a look here. So, will he accept the gifts that you want to give them based on current energies? Let's take a look here. Like those there. And how will he feel about the gifts and receiving the gifts? Okay, those three. And then, from Spirit's perspective, they don't have any shoulds. They have no judgment on the other side. So we'll kind of change your question a little bit, just to alter it to get you what you're looking for. Because Spirit is like, oh, there's different choices with different experiences and different outcomes, and none of them are wrong. All of them are exciting adventures from their standpoint. This is like a video game we're playing. They're like, yeah, do that. Let's see what that does, And we're like, what? But they're like, yeah. So what I'll do is I'll pull just two different if you tell them and if you don't tell them, what's the out and the consequences, the outcome. So we'll kind of combine those last two into if you tell them on their birthday, the energy, and then I feel like these two, just those two, let go. Okay. And I feel like this one and this one are the outcome if you do. And then what if you don't? What if you don't tell them? What energy comes with that? And then the outcome with that, I feel, is these two. All right, so that'll give us a little choice. You get to make the choice because they don't want to take away our power of choice, and they don't want to tell us what to do anyway. One, they don't want to be blamed for your decisions, our decisions, not our decisions. No, they're joking. They're just like, we don't care, but they don't have like a attachment to outcomes like we do as human beings, right? So I like that. All right. So let's take a look here. So the first part here, well, let's look at the underlying energies. You do have the 10 of wands, and the 10 of wands is an energy of like it can be harvest or it can be burden, but it depends on our focus of our energy, right? So I like that. That's a reminder that whatever unfolds in our life is dependent upon what energy I'm focusing on. If I'm focusing on like life is a burden, guess what? I'm going to experience life as a burden. If I'm focusing on life is full of abundance and gratitude, and I'm so grateful, I'm going to experience more abundance and gratitude because I'm the one. I see the world as I am, not as it is. So as I change, it fluctuates. Like I can wake up and feel like, oh, the world is horrible, and then decide, you know what? No, I'm gonna look at this day with full of joy and gratitude. The world changes for me. That's how powerful we are. Our perception all changes. All right. So Will he accept the gifts? We've got the Hierophant, seeing things from a higher perspective, and the Ten of Pentacles. Yeah, abundance. They are like, yes, yes. um, Receiving of material things in the outside world. They have the Two of Swords. So their head and their heart um, will battle, and the Three of Swords. The fear of disappointing here. Um, so with that, it's interesting because it's like they have this like underline. I'm sorry, I'm sitting in some emotions. I'm just trying to put it into words because it's like I and me being I meaning them. So from their standpoint, they're like, I need to be in a place of I'm the one that gives to people. I have trouble receiving from people. He will accept the gifts, but it's gonna be like, "Oh, you shouldn't have," and, "Oh, I didn't get you anything," and, "Oh, wow, this is too much. Think wow." Because they from their standpoint and where they're at in their life, I need to overgive, and so when someone gives me something, I look at how short I'm falling in, the give and receiving department because I feel me as them feel like I have to overgive. So they will accept it, but just be prepared for the detraction and everything. I'd be like, "Shh, just say thank you. Thank you." Because they're gonna try to be like, "Oh, I don't deserve this, and you shouldn't have," and da da da. And you're like, "Shh, shh, shh, just say thank you." And they're like, "Oh, well, what? Oh, okay, thank you." And I like that. So how will he feel? Because his mind is the one that's going to be like, "No, no, you shouldn't have," and blah blah blah. But their heart, let's see what their heart comes from. Yeah, Three of Cups, joy, joy, joy. So their heart is going to be overjoyed with receiving it. The Magician, they do get sparked in a positive way. That's a great energy. And the death and rebirth, transformation energy. I like this endings and beginnings energy here. Um, I just feel like it sparks something in their heart in a very positive way with all of that. Because the heart is like, what? Really? You got me something? You know, it feels like a heart that had been feeling lately, not towards you specifically, but their heart has been kind of going down, down, down. And I feel like because what they're showing me is like you have the little panels and you're like, clear, boop, psh, you get their heart reactivated and this joy that floods in. I just feel like it gives their heart a spark. And I like that. All right. So those are those. Let's dive into this other. This is the if you do share with them how special they are to you, how it ends up, and if you don't. So if you do, we got the Eight of Wands. They got this in every single one of their readings almost, right? And the Nine of Cups. Joy overflowing. It does spark a lot of energy. It just what? Because they're already kind of with the celebration and their birthday, feel like they're feeling better and better about themselves. And there's a lot of activity, but it just adds to their joy here. Um, so there's very joyful energy. The consequences got the Page of Pentacles, an enhanced opportunity in the outside world. The Two of Pentacles, that balanced energy again, kind of what we got in the other reading. We got the Eight of Wands with the Two of Pentacles, that they're like, wow, and they're looking at balancing things out in their life still. But there's a lot of emotion that's revealed here too with the Moon card and the Ten of Cups, joy, 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 joy. So the consequences, it does feel very joyful. You got the 9 and the 10 of Cups, but a lot of emotion is revealed too. So I do feel like the consequences are they tell you how they feel too with that. if you don't tell them how special they are, yeah, I feel like your mind will have a lot of this devil card, Capricorn. I feel like you'll end up going into overthinking. What if, right? The star card, I feel like this is questioning your dream come true. And then the Seven of Cups, a lot of emotional confusion here. I feel like, in a way, that you would feel like you missed an opportunity and you're going to be questioning and going into overthinking mode about what if I'd have done this? Would have changed things? Would my dream come true then? What if again? A lot of that energy. The consequences, yeah. The Five of Pentacles, feeling, the fear of not being enough, this lack energy, um, you know, and the Queen of Cups, which is going into a lot of your emotions, the empathic energies. Just feel like there's a lot of, I'm getting the darker energy of Pisces, which um, my mom's a Pisces and I have a stellium in Pisces. So I understand this, the tendency, the Piscean energy. They love swimming in the dark energies. Like if I'm feeling down, I want to feel down. I will watch the sad movies, listen to the sad songs. I want to feel those low vibrational energies. And then I bounce out of it, and then I go into the sun. I swim in, it's like a fish in a pond. It goes into the dark side of the pond, hangs out in the dark, and then it goes and spends time in the sun, but then it goes into the dark. This is the darker side where I feel like you would, if you don't tell them how special they are to you, and there's, of course, you don't have to go, I love you. You can just say, I'm so glad you're born, and I'm so glad that you're in my life. You make my life, uh, my life would be so different without you in it, and I'm so grateful for you that you're in my life and for who you are. And they're like, what? You don't have to say, and I love you and I daydream of you, whatever. They're like, okay, it just went creepy, stalker. No. But you can still share it to an extent. And I feel like it's important for you to do that. All right. So that's that. Let's get you an Affirminator's fortune cookie here. And you've got, authenticity. Look at that. Be true to your authentic self. Share truth from your heart. Authenticity is the name of the game. Whatever comes up, I will feel it. Whatever needs to be said, I will say it. Whoever doesn't get it doesn't have to get it, but at least they know it because I've said it. And that's way better than leaving a passive aggressive note about it. Well, there you go. Boom. All right. So I love that for you, Sudeshna. You can't make that up. So true. I love it. Right. And then we'll circle back around for your additional one here in a moment. Thank you so much for all these donations. I'm grateful. All right. So next we move into Happy Pill. So Happy Pill, let's put your timestamp here. We're going to put it at 1:48:48. I love it. So let's give your first donation a love and a like here. All right, and so we'll circle back around for your free reading, which will be ancestral messages. But for the first donation, you want to know, why are you feeling not happy, even I have everything that you feel? Wow, so the happy pill is not happy? Did you take a pill from a wrong bottle? No, that's quite all right. We'll get clarity in here and see what's going on here. Let me shuffle these one more time here. And take a sip. That one's done. Let's move over my other cup here. All right. So, tell us about why there's not happiness, even though with everything you feel, why am I not feeling this authentic happiness, right? This maybe joy. I feel happy, but why don't I feel the joy inside? Let's take a look here. They do want that one, and they do want that one. That's the bottom of the deck. Okay. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. We'll take a look here. Let me just scroll down in case you hear. Okay. So on the bottom of the deck here, Happy Pill, we have the Ace of Cups. And the Ace of Cups here, it's a great, great awareness around this because, and this is for all of us. It's great. I'm glad you asked this because it's such an aha for us in our lives as humans. Because, we are all taught our happiness lies out here, right? In relationships with all sorts of kinds, lovers, family, friends, coworkers, our fur babies, our feather babies, our gill babies, whatever the, animal babies we have. Um, in situations like jobs and education and social status, in things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions, the beautiful things, all our senses. And we're taught these things will make us happy. That's where our fulfillment lies. And so we go and we pursue it because that's what we're all taught, right? Unless you're, kidnapped, not kidnapped, but maybe you're, adopted by a Buddhist monastery as a baby. Maybe you'll have a different perspective of things. But most of other humans on the planet, we learn that. And then we get things, and if it fulfills us for a moment, it's temporary and it doesn't fill us for very long. I say it's like American Chinese food. You eat it and you're hungry an hour later. So something, I'm like, this is supposed to make me feel full, but then it doesn't. And eventually we get tired of the instability and temporariness and the lack of fulfillment of the outside world. And that's why some billionaires and millionaires in life have killed themselves because they have the ability to get all this stuff from the outside world and they still feel so empty. They just feel so distraught. They end their lives. And so it tells us that money and things of the outside world don't fulfill us, but eventually we turn inward and upward. I like the analogy Spirit gave me, and because this really brought it home for me, is our heart is hungry for a 10-course meal that comes with 2 desserts. But the outside world can only offer us third dessert and fourth dessert. It's a giant dessert bar, dessert buffet, but they have no other nutritious foods. It's all empty calories, right? um, and so we eat of all that stuff, and after a while, if you eat a bunch of sweets all the time in your body, you're like, in this case, our soul and our heart are hungry for real soul food, real heart food, which can only be found when we go inward and upward, because that's the eternal unconditional love of the upper worlds, the Ace of Cups. That's what our heart desires and what it wants. And so when the outside world stops making us feel like it doesn't satisfy us anymore, that's where I feel you're at. These things that I should be happy with, all this table full of desserts, but I'm kind of like over it, you know? And then when we turn inward and upward, we're like, oh wow, a salad. Oh, this is so good. And then, oh, the soup. I love this soup. It's so good. And then here's a little bit of this, little hors d'oeuvre, and then there's this 10 courses, right? And our heart is like, oh, num num num, so good. This is so good, And then we get 2 desserts that are even better than the desserts of the outside world, and we're like, oh my god, this was so good. It's what I needed. And then we feel fulfilled. We feel full. It doesn't mean we stop wanting dessert from the outside world. We just stop needing it. We're not desperate for it, thinking that that's supposed to fulfill us and fill us up. Because we can always make room for more dessert, right? I know I can, obviously. But, we're like, um, the outside world can bring us third dessert and fourth dessert and fifth dessert. And we're grateful for it because we're already full on the inside. But whereas before, if someone's bringing a seventh dessert and they're like, "No, I'm not going to give it to you," it'd be like, "No, not my seventh dessert." Now we're like, "Phew, I'm so full, thank you. You did me a favor." And they're like, "What?" We're not, so impacted by the lack of dessert or someone, doing something in the outside world because we're full and overflowing already. And that changes the world from feeling like it's lacking to where it's above and beyond extra and overflowing. So I feel like that's a big message here. Let's see anything else they want you to know here as well. Um, we've got you're going through a transformation, death and rebirth energy here. Yeah, the high priestess. I love these two major arcana. You're going through a big transformation. You're really going to a new level in spirituality and that inner connection into that depths of true emotion, connecting to the upper realms, the high priestess, looking behind the veil, diving deep into real emotion. And this is this rebirth that's happening here. So the outside world is even, especially with all the energy that we're getting as humanity this year. It started kind of last year in big ways. This year, huge ways. Next year, in big ways again. But this year is a huge one of transformation of humanity where we're really expanding into the spiritual world, which makes it's like if you have real food, um, real homemade, delicious, nutritious food, or a cardboard tasting, you know, what do they call it? You know, the produce, not produce, but, the manufactured food in a store that you're like, ugh, this is full of chemicals and it's a pizza with a crust that tastes like cardboard. The more that our taste buds are getting used to this deliciousness, we become less and less interested and less fulfilled in the outside world. So I do feel like there's an expansion that's happening that's really amplifying how unfulfilling the outside world is compared to the inner fulfillment that you're getting. Yeah, Ace of Wands, a new spark of spiritual energy. And the boredom, yeah, the Four of Cups is the boredom of the emotion of the outside world. It's just not fulfilling. And that's what's bringing in this energy of going, got the Nine of Pentacles. Yeah, here again, the stepping away and spending time with spirit. And you got both the Four of Cups and the Four of Swords, which is mental boredom and emotional boredom because the outside world is not bringing us mental interest and emotional interest. No, it's like, regardless of how many different things, like, it's just right. What they're showing me is like, have you ever had a time where you're looking at like Netflix and on cable and this? You have all these sources that you could look for entertainment from, and all of them you're just like nothing is satisfying. It's like nothing is like, you start a series and you stop it because it's like, yeah, I've seen all this before. And there's no new stories here. But when you start going into the spirit world, you're like, whoa, it's so mystical, and that's the difference I feel with the energies. So let's see here. Let's pull from the Fulminators cards here, and then we'll take a look here at your, we'll jump back to Sadeshan, and then we'll circle back around for your additional question. All right, here we go. What is your fortune cookie for this one? Yeah, personal growth. I love it. Reedy. I love these cards. As I move towards greater consciousness, I feel old thoughts and habits fall away. Like training wheels on a bike, they helped me get to where I am. But now that I can ride, I don't need those slow and crummy wheels, except when I'm making bike analogies. There it is. So this is personal growth, is why you don't feel the joy in those things that we thought maybe brought us joy before, but it really was imitation joy, right? Um, so hopefully that helps. All right, so that's for that one, Happy Pill. Like I said, we'll circle back around for your next one here in a moment. And then we have Sudesh now. We're circling back around for your additional one here. Thank you again, your multiple donations today. So there's all your timestamps. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So let me scroll up here. So let's give this one a love and a like. All right. So career reading, you're dropping in comments in two halves. All right. Let's take a look here. So you're planning to learn a new skill and thereafter switch your job. You work in the IT sector, but you're confused on which skill to go for. Okay. So, okay, here we go. So, number one. So, you want to know kind of what energy is around each of these. So, if you look into data business analyst, let's see what energy comes around that. I feel like those two right there. Front end development. Okay, got that for that. 3, automation testing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I had a sense of yawning. I didn't really need to yawn, but they were like, imitate a yawn. I don't feel like that one's going to be for you, evidently, but we'll take a look. And then Azure. All right. So I want these for Azure and those. No, just the bottom one on that one. So which one will you learn in which will help you to get better opportunities in future careers? Yeah. So we'll look at those uh and we'll get the energies through those. So I think that is, let me just make sure you don't have another one. Okay. Yep. So that's it there. All right. Let's take a look here. It's funny. The underlying energy on the bottom of the deck is the Saturn Capricorn energy that rolls over the 10th house of work. So I like that. Um, just reiterating energy that's coming in here. So let me scroll back up here. So I can do this right. Okay, so data business analyst. So what kind of energy does this give you and what kind of opportunities and energy around this? You do have the 5 of swords. 5 of swords is a bit of a conflicting energy here between head and heart. What else? And the wheel of fortune. I feel like the battle between the head and the heart on this one with data business analyst is that the mind looks at it going, this is like good pay and good money, but it doesn't make your heart feel fulfilled. Let's see what the energy underneath this is here. Yeah, it's good money, with the King of Pentacles, the Hierophant. I feel like you learn a lot through here, and it does allow you to understand more. It brings clarity around like from a higher perspective on what you really want. Yeah, but the 2 of Cups is the emotional choice. And I feel like if you chose data business analyst, yeah, you'd get good money. And I feel like it's beneficial in that area for you. But I feel like you end up, it brings you clarity around what you do want from your heart, and you end up changing it from data business analyst. So I feel like it brings you this benefit financially in the physical world, opportunities kind of thing. But in the opportunities and what you interact with, you discover, oh, I really love that. Because the doing this data business analyst allows you to touch a lot of different fields and a lot of different areas, a lot of different companies or departments and company, and you're like, huh, that's what I really love. So you end up changing it anyway if you choose number one. Front end and development, what kind of energy does this bring? More clarity comes in. The Justice card is about seeing things from a higher perspective, cutting away some old fears, some old beliefs that come in. Queen of Wands. I feel like there is this, you can thrive in it because of course whatever you put your mind to you can be successful in. They're like you can be successful in this, but I just feel, yeah, the King of Swords is again a lot of mental work. And I feel like this, I feel like you like interacting with people. I almost feel like front end development doesn't give you the people interaction and that, and I feel like you would get bored with it because it's so mental that it's, you know, like you spend so much time away from interacting with people and it's more work. You feel like just kind of like, all right. So I don't feel like that gives you what you're looking for there. But unless you're really like, I'm at a point in my life I don't want to be around people, that would be good for you because it's going to be all a lot of up here and not a whole lot of emotion interacting with people. And then your automation testing, yeah, Four of Cups, boredom. There's the yawning, yawn, yawn. And I feel like you end up spending a lot of time alone here with the High Priestess card too. Um, but in all three of these so far, I feel like you do see things from a higher perspective, and you do have revelations of things. Um, and like you don't stay with any of these if you chose them. Yeah, Four of Swords. It's like it becomes not challenging emotionally and mentally, this testing. I feel like you get bored of it after a while. But I feel like all three of those so far, you end up leaving it to go do something else because you discover what you do want by experiencing stuff you don't want. And it takes you across things that you're like, oh, look, that's what I like. I'm going to go do that instead. So I feel like they're temporary positions so far. Azure, I'm not sure what that is, but you got the Chariot. Here's a victory and a movement energy, power of choice, a lot of emotional energy being Cancer energy here. You got the Judgment card again, seeing things from a different perspective, and that choice card and energy here. What's this last one too? Ten of Cups. This does bring you joy and emotion here. So the fourth one seems to be the most joyful one out of them all. Number one brings you a lot of finances. You end up changing from it. Number two is very mental, but I feel like you end up moving from that. Number three kind of is really boring for you. You get bored very quickly and move from it. And the last one brings you a lot of joy and a lot of emotional fulfillment. But again, with the Judgment card, you do move from that too. So, um, so those are the different energies that you're looking at here, and hopefully that gives you a little more, um, you know, perspective on what each of these can bring you and help you kind of whittle some down. Because I feel like whittling away number two and number three for you. Number one will bring you a lot of abundance and awareness mentally, and number four brings you a lot of emotional fulfillment. But I do feel like you eventually move on from all of them. Feel like the one number one and number four are the ones that you would stick with longer. Number one, I feel like you would stick with that the most because of the abundance it brings. And number four brings you a lot of emotion, emotional happiness too. That's why I feel like both of those you would stick with longer. So hopefully that helps. Let's bring your fortune cookie here. Let's do an affirminators. Let's see what we got here. So for your fortune cookie for this one, yeah, playfulness. There you go. We're not born and live to work. We work in order to live. Yeah. So it says, I am a playful participant in life, and I always have the option to make something a fun game rather than a heavy burden. Mary Poppins put sugar in the medicine for a reason. That lady really knows how to party. So you can enjoy anything that you do there, but I feel like ultimately that all four of them would bring you revelations of moving into something that's more in alignment with where you're at, right? Yeah. Well, there are no shoulds, um, with spirit. So there's what energy resonates more with what you're wanting right now in your life. Do you want abundance? And that comes with clarity, but your heart won't be in it, but your mind will enjoy it and you'll get financial abundance from it for a while. But then you'll, move into that other, um, that other, into something that makes your heart sing more later, something that's more in alignment with you. You'll learn, get to experience a lot and see a lot, and then in seeing that, right? Number two, I'd say that that's like, I feel like you would leave every day with a headache. Number three, you'd get bored of. So between one and four, which one draws you? So at least whittling that down, right? Number four will be like joy and it makes emotion. I feel like you have a lot of interactions with people and brings your heart joy. But I feel like you eventually, you know, again go, yeah, this isn't, bringing me the ultimate joy in my life. Same with any of them. I don't feel like any of them are going to bring it all for you. But like it said, with this playfulness, you get to enjoy it, whatever you want to do there. So hopefully that helps a little bit. And you have another question. We'll circle back around for that if you want to ask some additional questions around any of that, if there's more to be, like you want some more clarity around it, just kind of put what your clarifying questions are and we'll pull cards for you there. All right. So thank you for that one. And then Happy Pill, we're circling back around for you here. I'm going to put here, since we're so close to it, I'm going to do 2, 12, 12. I think it was 12. Maybe it was 22. Maybe it was 12. But here's both of your ones here. Happy Pill. And as soon as I do this one, we'll give an update on where we're at on donations, since I did receive some more. So we'll let you know where you guys are on the list here. So Happy Pill, let's give that a love and a like here. This one was, God, please let me know some of the beautiful things which you have planned for me. Oh, for God, not like God, but God, creator. So let's take a look here and see what are some of the beautiful things that are uh, in your future here. So the amazing thing is realizing that, we're not a little baby in the backseat of a car and the creator's driving the car and we're just going where they're taking us. We're driving the bus and the creator is next to us. They're in charge of the radio and the air conditioning and the heating and the heated seats and, the GPS. But they enter into the GPS what our energy is telling them we want to go. So they're not going, this is where we're going. They're going, like, where do you want to go next? And our energy tells them, oh, you want to experience that? All right, we'll plug that in. And if you follow the GPS, that's where it's going to take us. And all of our spiritual posse, there are all these puppies in the back of the bus, just excited to be going for a ride. They're just super excited. Wow, go, 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 ride, ride, woo, woo, woo. Their tails are wagging. They're just enjoying the adventure that we're on. So when we ask, Creator, tell us some of the beautiful things which you have planned for us, it's more that they're like, let me tell you about some of the beautiful things that you have planned for your life, because we're not on an out of control drama train or a baby in a back seat. We're the driving the bus. Our energy is what are drawing things for us. So we'll be looking at your current energy. What's currently are you drawing towards you? What beautiful things are you drawing towards you? Right? Very cool, right? All right, let's take a look. There we go. What else? Okay. Got this and that. All right. Let's see what we have here. Yeah. So the bottom of the deck, we do have the star card. The star card, that is you. That's your higher self. It's also the dreams come true. Wishing upon a star. And I like this. We're the ones that determine what we're wishing for, right? We're the ones that are the creators. Even underneath that, you have the Empress, which is the number three, the creative energy. What are you drawing? What are you creating for your life? And I like this. So, and generally, the beautiful things are, well, whatever I'm focusing on in gratitude and in joy and higher vibration, those are drawing in higher vibrational things, right? So we can even say, Creator, tell me about some of the higher vibrational things that I'm drawing into my life. Yeah, we do have here. You have the Nine of Pentacles, which is this feeling of independence, but it's with spirit. And you do have the Three of Cups here too, which is joy and celebration kind of energy, but it's also about our spiritual posse and connection with that. And I'd also feel this energy of a community, at least a small group of at least two other people, like three of you, that can be a community. But it's finding your tribe kind of energy that in the physical world too. Yeah, the Six of Swords, which it has been this movement of thought and belief and mindset that is bringing change in the outside world and transformation. So I do feel like they're saying because you've changed some of your thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, that this is bringing change in the outside world, which puts you in a place where you are in the environment where other people that are like-minded, like-hearted, let's see, the energy is like each other, and that's why you feel like just three peas in a pod with this energy. So I do feel like what you would consider a beautiful thing is that you're finding a couple of individuals that you just feel you get each other. It's like your spiritual posse expressed in human form in a way, the closest that we can. So there's these at least two other individuals that'll be coming into your life where you'll feel this beautiful connection with them. So I like that. Right. That's what else we have here. You've got the Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, this feeling of nurturing yourself, resting. Beautiful balance with the King of Cups here, balance between your head and your heart. I do feel like there's going to be this opportunity with this combination. I'm feeling an energy of like maybe it's a retreat of some kind or just a getaway, a vacation where you're able to get away and just have some beautiful regeneration time getting out into nature or near nature, even if that's the beach or the ocean or a lake. But it's like this energy, and I feel like it is near water with this King of Cups because it's a very calming, whether it's a hot spring but I just feel like this beautiful getaway where you can nurture yourself and connect and just balance yourself. And it's a beautiful thing that's coming towards you here where it just feels very needed for you. And I feel like this is this year sometime. Right. And then what else? One other thing. Eight of Pentacles. Yeah, transformational energy coming in, and the Five of Swords, which is a change of mind, a movement of mental energy too. What I feel like with this is there is an opportunity for you to learn and grow. It does feel like there's an opportunity that opens up, which is like a class of or a course, could be an online course even. But I feel like it's the Eight of Pentacles is studying energy for me, and it changes. It lets you remove some old ways of thinking that allows you, again, the Six of Swords, it allows you to approach things differently in life, letting go of old, small T truths rooted in fear, some old beliefs that you have bubbling around inside your subconscious, and it allows you to bring it up and releases you from some things that have been like some triggers that really grinded in here. And I like it. It feels like it doesn't feel like work though. It feels like a really cool um, course that you take, and it can be a small mini course of some kind too, but it does have significant impact that sets you free mentally, and of course when this changes, then it makes its way into the outside world and brings changes too. So I like all that for you. Three beautiful things I feel that you can get excited about. I do feel like all of these are this year. Can you believe we're like halfway through the year? But I do feel like they're this year. So that is what they have, and we'll give you another fortune cookie here. Let me just put these cards back in here. There we go. And I feel like this, we want the Everyday Miracles from the Course in Miracles for your fortune cookie for this one. Let's see what we got here. What else for Happy Pill? All right, this one here. So you got, wow, I feel the love of God within me now. And it says, your task is not to seek for love, but merely to seek and find all of the barriers within yourself that you've built against it. I feel like that's Rumi says something like that. And I have a little quote here that says, I'm not broken. I'm burning away that which is not me. And I feel like that's this energy that's coming in here. So hopefully that resonates for you. That's what they have for you for that happy pill. So many blessings to you. All right. So let's take a look here. Let me see. This was the last one here. All right. So we have some additional donations. Let me jump in here. So up first, next, we'll have Alice times 2. So thank you for those. And then scroll. Hey, Moonlight. Sorry, I didn't say hello to you coming in here. So Moonlight 5. And we've got, I think, 2 for you here. Make sure. Yep, so 2 for there. And then we will circle back here for Sudeshna. And then we've got Ashvin Ray. Stop. There it goes. We'll be after that. So that's where we're at on donations right now. So let me take a quick sip here and we'll dive in. And then Sudeshni. Hello. Good to see you. Let me just add that in here since I'm on that screen. All right. So, and actually, before we jump in there, onto Alice here, I'm going to run to the little boy's room real quick. It's been 2.5 hours. I just drank a lot of coffee. So I'm going to go to the little boy's room, take a quick break, and then I'll be back and we'll jump back into it all. So thank you guys. Thank you guys. Sorry, I had to grab some water too. Got to stay hydrated. Can't drink just coffee all day, you know. All right. So, Alice, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here, and this will be for times two. So these will be for both. So thank you for your first donation. And you want to know, will you get an interview with McKinsey or BCG this year? And what's the status of your application? All right. So let's take a look here. So will you get an interview with McKinsey? Okay, like those. And then with BCG, well, I got 3 for each. And then what's the status of your application? Let's take a look here. I feel like it's this here. And those underneath there. Nope, not those. All right. So we've got the 4 of Swords, which is the energy on the bottom of the deck for this reading. And the 4 of Swords is peace of mind, putting your mind at rest. And I feel like that there is going to be, well, once we look at the status of your application, because I feel like there's communication that just puts your mind at rest. Like you're not like, it's a mental stability around it. It's not like wonder, 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 wonder. I feel like you get um, some mental, what am I trying to say? Mental um, reprieve, mental rest around it, if that makes sense. Just ease of mind. So anyway, I'm trying to think of another word, but it's not coming yet. But it just feels like mental rest, relief from it. Yeah, relief. That's what I was looking for. Okay, simple word. And so McKinsey, will you get an interview with McKinsey? We have the Judgment card, which is about seeing things from a higher perspective, your higher self drawing you to see things from a higher perspective. You have the Eight of Wands, which is also messages from Spirit, and the Moon card, which is cycles and revelations. Again, more moon energy from Spirit. You know, I feel like with McKinsey, we'll see about BCG here. I just feel like you've been getting messages or spirit's been giving you messages about, is that really what you want? It's like the judgment card is being called to something different, being called somewhere else. And I feel like there's a lot of energy from spirit, a lot of messages, just me, little warnings, little um it's like on your car when a little light goes up, "Oh, that's just the check engine light. I don't need to worry about that. Oh, that's the low tire pressure. Don't need to worry about that. Oh, that thing, I don't need to worry about that. Oh," but you're getting these warning signs are popping up around that job. I kind of feel like that one's not for you. It's not gonna bring you in alignment with your where your soul wants to go. So you can take that with a grain of salt, whatever resonates for you there. But I just feel like a strong nudge away from that. BCG, Ace of Wands. Yeah, new passion, new energy, new beginning energy. 3 of Wands, but with the new information, a change of direction. Let's see what that brings in here. And the Queen of Cups. Again, spiritual connection energy, following your intuition with that here. I feel out of the 2 of them, though, that's the one that you'll have action and activity toward, though I don't feel here, and you have a follow-up with BCG, to find out there, but I feel like, when you get this action and activity towards that, that you wouldn't be there for it's not gonna be your forever job, um 'cause I feel like, again, this intuition and spirit is pulling you in a different direction in your life. So I feel like McKinsey, they're like, "No," waving you off of that, and this other one is like, "Yeah, you can go there for a while, but there's other things in the works, of what's drawing you in your life into, I don't know if it's going to be a different field or a different company or a different location, or but you're being drawn elsewhere, away from these two places, maybe even from the um, kind of career and work it is. It's like being drawn to a different place with that. Let's see. What's the status of your application? Page of Swords. I do feel like you're going to be getting communication here, and that makes sense. Page of Swords is heightened communication, and when we're talking about your mind's going to be put to rest, I feel like you're going to get contact from BCG here soon. It may be even a denial letter or thanks for trying from McKinsey, and you're like, well, thank you. You're doing me a favor because I was going to back out of it anyway. Kind of energy. Yeah, you've got the Tower card, sudden and quick energy. So again, I feel like that's, speaking of McKinsey, I feel like you get fast communication on that they're not going to go forward. Like, that little letter that we get, thank you for your interest. Right now, we're not able to offer you a position. Meh, meh, meh." Yeah, well, good. And that's all right because we didn't want that for you anyway. Spirit didn't. Seven of Wands, I like this. Being true to your authentic self, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not needing to defend your actions. This is about shining bright and standing out. So I do feel like there is this, again, this, the status of your application is that you are standing out with BCG, and you will be getting communication from them. But there is something more for you here, something more true to your authentic self that's out there. So I don't feel like if you accept and go with BCG, it's not going to be for, you know, years and years and years, maybe 9 months to a year, if that, because I feel like you're going to be like, oh, look, that's where I want to go. My heart is drawing me here, right? So hopefully that resonates. Excuse me. And then for your second one, you want to know, will Helen really put in a referral to BCG for you? Will that help you get an interview? Okay, let's take a look here. So, will Helen really put in a referral? Or is she just a big meanie and a liar? We'll see here. Or will she need to, right? If she does, will that help you get an interview? Or that change anything about the interview here? Okay. I just want this one too. No. All right. Underlying energies, we have the Hierophant, which is another energy about seeing things from a higher perspective. It is kind of a teacher, student, master, apprentice kind of energy here. But it is about, seeing things from a different perspective. We'll see here. I think there's clarity going to come through here for you anyway. But will they really put in there? Yep. New beginning, full card, and all cycles, new beginning. Knight of Cups, movement of emotion. So I do feel like that they are, with this new beginning and this Knight of Cups, I do feel like that is a yes, that they will put in the referral because they're emotionally moved and they're excited. There's like this excitement for a new beginning for you. So I do feel like they will do that. Will it help you get an interview? Seven of Cups. A lot of different emotions. The death and rebirth card here. What's the underlying energy underneath that? The 10 of Wands. So it's a lot of energy. I feel here, the Seven of Cups, it's like it's like it can't hurt. It won't hurt it. But helping it, with this 10 of wands, it is a card of abundance and harvest. And so I feel like what's funny is I'm like, I don't think it's going to change the outcome because I feel like you're going to get this new beginning with the death and rebirth. And I feel like it didn't hurt it, but um, it doesn't change the outcome because I feel like you were going to get the interview anyway, kind of energy. Let's see what these other two cards are here too. Yeah. Victory, power of choice and movement, and the Knight of Wands, fast action and movement. Um, I I really feel here that with all this knight and this fast action movement, I feel like it was already in it. It's like I feel like you're already on the way of getting, an interview, and that this comes in and going, oh, okay, well, just throw that in there with that. We were going to give him an interview anyway, kind of energy. So I feel like it doesn't hurt it, but it didn't change the outcome. You were going to get the interview anyway. But see, will it change the outcome of the interview? I'm just going to do a quick clarifier because does their referral make or break them offering you a position, right? King of Pentacles is an abundance card here. So I do feel like, there's this, and the Queen of Swords, yeah, the balance between the head and the heart. I feel like that they do look at them as someone that, and the Emperor too. So this is Aries energy and action energy. So I do feel like it helps with getting the position, but not the interview, because I feel like the interview was already on it. So that's good. At least you're like, well, it was a waste of my time. No, it actually does help in the long run. That's why Spirit wanted to nudge, like, well, it doesn't help you get the interview because you were going to get that, but it does help you get the position, because they do honor their point of view. Helen's point of view. I feel like, I don't know if she carries weight or they stand out in the company, and they're like, wow, if Helen recommended you or referred you referral, then okay, that does set you a bit more apart. Makes it like a no-brainer to hire you or something like that. Yeah. And so you have the beauty. Oh, look at the little peacock looking in the mirror. It says, I'm beautiful even when I don't think it. I'm beautiful even when I don't see it. I'm beautiful no matter how many people don't say it. I'm beautiful and I don't even care if you know it. I'm beautiful, which is why I don't have to try so hard all the time to show it. Wow. So I like this, that you have, you know, you were going to get the interview on your own accord, kind of energy that comes in with that. All right. So that is what they have for you, Alice. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your dual donations. All right. And then Moonlight, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here for your two. Boom, boom, boom. So those are your two there. Thank you again for your dual donations. And the first one, what is that? Oh, it's the city little sticker. All right. So thank you for your first one. Hello, hello. So remember the two twin flames of yours. I'm just wondering, is any of them close to you now, right? Dun, dun, dun. We'll take a look here. All right. I do want that one. All right. So tell us about this. Are any of the twin flames nearby? Let's take a look here. Got that, these, and that one. Okay. Ooh, da da. You have the Jaws theme song playing in my. The fin is above the water, right? Let me see. I guess I can't do it. But you do have the Knight of Cups on the bottom, which is a movement of the heart, right? The Knight of Cups is, someone that comes to offer love. So it does appear that one is in the water. Like I said, you're seeing the fin approaching you there. Let's see what else we have here. We have the Nine of Cups. Yeah, this dream come true energy. I like it here. As with the Nine of Cups, the nine is the hermit's journey, the Ace of Cups. As we're finding our self-love, when we're raising our love vibration, that's that's drawing both of you together, because they're raising their vibration, you're raising your vibration, and that's what's drawing you guys here. It's like the fins are coming out of the water, so you guys are able to draw and spot each other here. So continue on raising your self-love, because that's what's drawing you guys together. So that's closer. You have the Ten of Pentacles. Yeah. Ten of Pentacles is that relationship energy. So that does tell me here the faded twin flame. One of them is close by. So what else they have here to say? Ace of Swords. It isn't somebody you know yet. The Ace of Swords is about brand new communication with someone. So it's fresh fish, the shark. It's fresh shark meat. They're coming your way here. Five of Swords. Yeah, there is this battle between the head and the heart that comes in with this here. So I do feel like this individual, they are, this isn't about external conflict, because the Five of Swords can be about arguing in the outside world. This is all about what's going on in here. Your heart is going, oh, look, 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 look. That person has a rainbow shooting out of their butt and they're glowing in the dark. That's one of my twin flames. There they are. And the mind's all, well, but I wouldn't think that would be them, because, and it has all its rules that it's bringing in about who someone is supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be. So they're going to bring up the whispering and going, are you sure? Because they're not this and they're not that and they're not this. It's like, this is the that comes up, and so it's going to be important, because I don't feel like they fit the norm of what you're normally attracted to and towards, and you're like, really, them? But I like this kind of keep an open mind as someone comes closer, and just don't prejudge them harshly. Ace of Wands, yeah. So it's a new passion. So definitely embedded in between the two. I mean, around the Five of Swords, you got the Ace of Swords and the Ace of Wands, which is about someone brand new, no one you know yet, but they're coming your way. Yep, the Four of Swords. Putting, again, the expectations aside, rest your mind, allow your heart to go on this adventure, instead of having the mind have to chaperone the heart with this one here. So I like that for you. Yeah. You're like, is it good looking? You're wondering, you're being all hyped up today. Maybe something fun is coming. Well, good looking. Yeah, exciting, more fish in the sea, as my grandpa used to say, right? Yeah. So there is this energy. Um, well, obviously you're attracted to them. Um, Ace of Wands does indicate both energetic and physical attraction, but also mental attraction. But I do feel like it's not your normal good looking. I know it's like, what? Because, we have a type sometimes that we're just like if you see someone in movies and you're like, oh my God, all of these, they look alike, they have the same features, and you're just like, drool. But this person is a different type of good looking for you, where you're just like different attraction energy that comes in. So hopefully that helps. All right. I don't think I gave you a fortune cookie yet. Let's do the affirminators here. So tell us about this here. Oh, yeah. So this is your energy. We talked about focusing on your self-love. This is get centered, you six-armed person. When it gets to be too much, whatever it is, I close my eyes and return to my center. Like we talked about centering, right? In my center, I have the wisdom and tranquility of put in your favorite animal, holding whatever your magical item comes to your mind, floating through space on whatever piece of furniture, right? So I have the wisdom and tranquility of a favorite animal holding a magical item floating through space on a piece of furniture. So you get to put that in there and decide, what is that? What does that mean? I love this centering energy. All right. There you go. Forgot your meditation. Well, get back into that. Well, you've got there's a lot of emotion going on in the world today, but Aquarius energy, Aquarius moon the next couple of days. So Uranus, but they are good looking, just not in your normal good looking, what you thought was good looking. So they are, because you're attracted to them with the Ace of Wands. So simmer down. All right, let's look at your next one here, Moonlight. Thank you for your additional donation. Did you piss off R earlier today or just stir up his head? Well, of course, you can't piss off anyone, right? You can only make it easier or harder for them to choose anger and lower vibration. But they only can choose for themselves. We're not that powerful, right? So let's take a look here. Tell us about the interactions with R. They do want those. And I do want this one. And I do want this one and this one. You're so funny. You crack me up. All right. What'd you do? Did you tell him?
This is my last word. No!
It's all about the tone in that one, right? I know, right? Something's wrong. He must be a safe person or have self-love where he doesn't need anything. What? All right. Well, 10 of Wands is a heck of a lot of fire energy. They definitely got fired up today, but I feel like they were already fired up. You just added to the flame. You just threw some fuel on the fire, right? Let's see what we have here. 8 of Wands, yeah. So they were already at 8 of Wands. You just helped them get to 10 of Wands. The Justice card. There is balancing energy with that, because we have the 4 of Pentacles too, which is about, a solid foundation in the outside world. But what I'm feeling here with this energy, because I feel like they were at an 8, they were already riled up. You were sending messages. Oh, the lack of it, right? So I like that balance and not responding if you didn't respond at all. But this um I feel like it gave enough where it took them to the end, the 10 of Wands, where it allowed an ending and a beginning. Oh, you sent him a picture of a beer. Not in your place, though. Oh my gosh. So, consider, why are you replying to him, right? Why play the game, you know? It's like disconnect, because at any time that they're sending messages, and you got, um, you know, and you reply to it, then they're like, okay, I got what I wanted. I'm going to continue to message and message and message because I know that I can eventually always get you to answer me in some way, somehow. So just consider that. But I feel like in this, it ended up where they fizzled out and then went to the other side of, reset back to one. So whatever this, psh, it just had them like, brah, and then they calmed down and this balance and stability came in. Interesting. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, King of Pentacles. Somehow it grounded them. It just made them. Maybe they went and got a beer. Great, great, encouraging them. It's like tempting an alcoholic, right? Here, why don't you go get a beer? Look at bright shiny thing over there. Sending it after that so you can escape. But they did have this solid feeling that comes in here. They ended up being grounded here. Yeah, because we've got the Ace of Cups and Ace of Cups and Ace of Wands is this spark of new emotion that comes in here. Yeah, you didn't have to. Because this Ace of Cups, Ace of Wands, is it gives them new hope. When we respond, it's like dangling something in front of them instead of going, you know what? I'm playing with them. I'm teasing them because I'm giving the attention and we know that when we do and we don't make a clean break from someone, that if we continue to respond to them, I am encouraging it, right? He was already drinking. Yeah. You're like, have another beer. But I feel like that's encouragement, right? And so be aware of what we're doing, I feel is what's going on with that. Let's do another Affirminators here. Since you're in a funny, ha 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 mood, let's look at the Affirminators and see what comes in here. These can be really funny cards. All right, let's see what we have here. Oh, well, you got forgiveness. Even amongst all these funny cards. Oh, here we go. So it's a bonus card. It says, congratulations. You're being given one of the most powerful superpowers there is. Forgiveness. Imagine that you've been bitten by a radioactive forgiver, like instead of like a spider like Spider-Man. The point is, you suddenly have the ability to forgive people for their flaws, their bad days, their unkind moments, and their mistakes. And the best thing about forgiveness is that you can apply it to yourself too. Have fun wielding your new power. But remember, with great forgiveness comes great inner peace. So it's like releasing this energy and just forgiving them for their actions, because this is all about what they feel they need to do for them. It's like, I was reading, it was at a blind spot oracle or something, because it said about there is no dramatic people. And we're like, really? You haven't seen my friends or these people, right? But they're like, no, because every human acts out into the outside world to the extent they feel they need to in response to what they're feeling and what they're going through. So it's never over dramatic or excessive. They're always doing exactly what they feel they need to do to be able to deal with what they're going through in the moment. And I like that forgiveness and the realization of that, it's true. People are always, like our president here having this big, huge military parade. That's what that little boy inside of them needs, to feel loved. And it's like, well, instead of judging them for it, which I was in the beginning. I'm like, really? That much money to do all this stuff? You really need that? And then Spirit was like, yeah, their little inner child, little boy that's inside of them that didn't get love growing up, that felt so, you know, needs this so that they could feel good about themselves in the moment. And I'm like, send them love, sending them love, sending them love. It's the kind of thing that we can do. Yeah, I love it. I am done. And whatever you choose to do, there's no wrong choices, but for you, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Enjoy your your I feel like you're really embracing this Sagittarius full moon energy. You're just like feeling this fiery Sagittarius energy. And Jupiter, of course, moved into Cancer. So there's a lot of that, you know, expansion of your Cancer energy, right? So you're like, woohoo! Energized. Yeah. Yeah. No, you're not being mean. You're just you're trying to do what's best for you too. And that's totally acceptable, right? There's nothing wrong with those. All right. So that's what they have for that for you, Moonlight. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Sudeshna, let's see here. Let's wait till now. Sudeshna, you're exactly at 257. There we go. like I like that. Let's put all of your timestamps all together there. All right. So, Sudeshna, thank you for your additional donation. You've been giving so many today. I appreciate that. Um, so, clarification here. Let's give that a love and a like. So, if you go with any of these, will you get the job between any of these in your hometown location? Okay. Let's take a look here. Kolkata. Kolkata. All right, let's take a look here. So we'll do here, we'll do the four and see any in your hometown. So number one, number two, number three, and number four. And then what's this number five? Is there something else? Number six coming in. Oh, okay. This is just an overall energy that was on the bottom of the deck, which is the Five of Pentacles, which has to do with the fear of lack and the fear of not having enough is, folding underneath here. I like this Five of Pentacles being, the underlying energy because the Five of Pentacles, it's like a transformation of it's not humans that bring us what we need in each moment, it's Creator. So I like that because it allows us to go, you know what? Even if a company can't bring me what I need, it doesn't matter. The Creator can bring me what I need, and they will create the way for it. Again, and when we focus in on all our gratitude for what the Creator has brought into our life, what they have brought into our lives in the past, we open up this conduit of receiving from the Creator, going, you I can trust, you I know nothing's impossible for you. Humans have a little trouble making things happen all the time, but not Creator. So I like that trust in that the Creator will bring the perfect position, the perfect way, in the perfect manner, and perfect timing too. But we'll take a look here. So, job number one, 10 of Swords. Not so much. This is letting go of expectations, endings, and beginnings energy. Um, I don't feel like number one has that position available in your specific town. Not in the physical way. You might have the ability to work from home with the 10 of Swords. I feel like they might offer remote positions with this 10 of Swords because this is letting expectations go and there's new options available. Don't let supposed tos and shoulds and need tos zero it in. See if, even if they don't say remote positions are available, look into it and ask, do you guys offer remote positions? Because I feel like the first one that they would offer that. The number two, the two of pentacles. Yeah, it does feel here with the two pentacles, there's a couple positions, couple locations or opportunities in the physical realm. So I do feel like number two, there are positions available in your hometown. Number three, we have the Knight of Cups. This is movement of emotion. I do feel number three does have a position available there, and they offer it there because people have a hard time getting excited about that position. So I feel like they're kind of motivated to try to offer positions in different places. That's the one that we were like, you're going to be bored with that. A lot of people get bored with it. So they really have burned through a lot of people uh, because I feel like it's like a repetitive type of position or something where they're like, we have to like find imaginative ways to get people interested. So I feel like number three as well. Number four, the Four of Swords, yeah, rest, peace of mind. So I do feel like um, that they do offer it. The first one, I feel like they may not have something available in offices in your town, your city, but remote. The rest of them, I feel like they do have something available there. Yeah, and you have the King of Cups, the balance of the head and the heart. I feel like they're saying here, it's going back to that there is something more that this is number five. There is something in your hometown that is this thing that they're referring to that, you're going to find something that makes your heart happy and your mind happy. Excuse me. But that's the fifth one. There's a fifth thing that will be coming and making itself known. That is also in the city as well. So hopefully that helps. Let's see here. I feel like let's go to the everyday miracles from the Course in Miracles. Let's see what they have here for that fortune cookie. Whoa, right there we go. And this one is God's voice speaks to me all through the day. So there is this voice drawing you somewhere. And it says, the part of your mind in which truth abides is in constant communication with God, the creator, whether you're aware of it or not. Yeah. So we're always in communication, and there's these messages that are coming through, drawing us somewhere else. And I just feel that they will continue getting louder and louder, and you'll get the clarity that you're looking for there, right? And let's see from the address. Oh, and then the follow-up there was, um, if you choose the number one, how will the work-life balance there? And if you choose number two, how will the work-life balance between the two, right? So the work-life balance with number one, we'll give you a clarifier on there. Yeah, it looks good here. The High Priestess is you do have a lot of independent time, and the Ace of Pentacles does feel, abundant there. So there is abundance. And so I don't feel like it's super out of balance, but I do feel like they require a lot. But I do feel like it's not an extreme thing here because you do have your alone time with the High Priestess. For the number four, which was the Azure, got the Seven of Wands, being true to your authentic self. I mean, you're like Six of Wands is victory and a good balancing energy that's here. So both of them, they don't feel like there's extreme, like, out of bounds, like they expect a lot. I do feel like the number one does bring in more because they pay more, they expect more, but the Azure is less, you know, it's more balanced, more work-life balance. But the other one, they do have a little bit more need for you to do things um, at times, but it's not consistent. But there are opportunities because the coin with that Ace of Pentacles, it's like that's why we offer this good pain because sometimes we need you to be able to do this, and sometimes maybe to travel, and we do require a little bit more of that as well. So, all right. So that is what they have for you with that one, Sudeshna. Hopefully that helps. All right. Okay. And then Ashvin Ray, let's grab your timestamp here. So Ashvin, thank you so much for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like there. And Ashvin, oh, it's right above it. General for you with some marriage guidance because you're single. All right, let's take a look. Just take a quick sip here. All right. So in general, that one. And these here too. Okay. So the bottom of the deck, we do have the Four of Swords here and the Hermit card coming into you. So while you're single, while you're alone, it's a good opportunity with the Four of Swords. Well, one, enjoy the rest. Once you get married, all the rest is gone, right? There is no rest for the weary. but but it is about the Four of Swords is becoming uh like because they're sleeping on the Ace of Swords, which is about seeing things from a different perspective, really releasing a lot of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve us anymore, and small t truths, expectations, letting a lot of stuff like what are the most important things, not sweating the small stuff. They're reminding me of a video I watched a long time ago, which is kind of saying that if you have more than five deal breakers, then it's important to stay alone until you can whittle it down to five. Like they talked about their partner, they're like, they eat with their mouth open. And yeah, I want to reach across the table and slap them and say, eat with your mouth closed. Who taught you? You're not a cow. But they realized that's not one of my five deal breakers. So I just put up with it. I release it. I just move past it because it's not a deal breaker. And so I don't invest energy in it. It rises up and I just let it go. And that's what I feel like they're saying here. While you're this time alone, is whittle down any deal breakers you have of like, oh, if they did this, it's over. If they did this, or they're this or that or whatever, it's like whittle down and clear out all these expectations and things that like, what are the things that I would, be upset about that would be in like someone I would not choose to be with them or I would leave them, whittle it down to five. And I feel like that's like the underlying energy that they're kind of bringing up with that. All right. So let's see what else they want you to know here. You've got the Three of Swords. Yeah. So here's letting go of expectations. That's on the Four of Swords. They're sleeping on the Ace of Swords. The Three of Swords are on their, on their on the wall, which means reason they're be able to have peace of mind is because they let go a lot of these expectations. of supposed to be, should be, need to be. And that's what happens in our life. We're all growing up, we're inundated with a lot of rules, especially around relationships, but everything really. But since we're talking about marriage guidance here too, it's about who they're supposed to be, who they're supposed to be in the relationship, how a relationship is supposed to go, what the relationship is supposed to do for me and mean to me, and who I'm supposed to be in the relationship. It can become exhausting where we have so much that we're told about that, and it sucks the life out of things, especially relationships. It's one of the reasons why relationships downward spiral and end, because we're focusing on what something is being and not being, and we more focus on the not being, right? Because it's like you have a little checklist and go, all right, are they doing that? Yeah. Are they doing that? No. Are they doing that? Yeah. Are they doing that? No. That, no. That, no. That, yeah. But we are focusing, okay, this is what's lacking and missing in my relationship. Then my energy is focusing on lack, so I get more of that instead of focusing on gratitude and learning to, instead of looking at what's not happening in life, gratitude for what is happening in this moment in life and the things I'm grateful for that have had in my life. It changes the whole perspective of everything. Yeah. So we move from, like, these cards came out together, the Three of Swords, which is the lack, and the Three of Pentacles, which is about abundance and focusing on what is and being true to one's authentic self and letting other people be true to their authentic self instead of focusing in on who someone is not being. They're bringing back another video. What was this one about? Because there was this lady that said, oh, it's like, instead of agreeing with people, like she said her boyfriend said, I'm really messy. And um, and the girlfriend, she was like, you are, and I'm really good at organizing. I can organize you. And what that did, instead of acceptance of who they are, it's agreed with them. Yeah, you're broken. You need fixing. I can fix this for you. And that's the thing with the expectations of, yeah, people are not supposed to be messy. They need to be organized. I'm going to organize you. I'm going to help you be acceptable. Instead, she was like, um I learned, like, what would have been more beneficial in our relationship is for me to go, who cares? I love you. You are acceptable. You're beautiful. Who cares about stuff being all over the place? If you're tired of it and you want to do it, I can help you organize it, but it doesn't need to be. It's perfect as it is. But if you want to change it, I can help you do that, but there's nothing wrong with it. And that's the whole thing. That's the difference in a relationship, right? Of expectations. And we're focusing on who someone's not being, that just instead of, you know what? Um, I love you, the authentic, true you. If that's part of who you are, fine. I don't care. I love you. And that's the difference, right? So I love that advice. Let's see what else we got here. Yep. Eight of Cups. In the meantime, you can let go of emotions that no longer serve you. As we're waiting, we're in this period of moving towards a relationship and marriage someday. What we can do is create space for this by releasing thoughts that don't serve us anymore, emotions that don't serve us anymore, energy that doesn't serve us anymore, and things in our life that don't serve us anymore. We're creating space for them mentally, emotionally, physically, and energetically. And the Eight of Cups is about letting go of relationships that don't serve you anymore. These are the ones that you're giving 80, 90% of emotional energy. People are only giving 10 and 20. If it's an adult, if it's a child, that's different. But an adult, you're like, let me back off. Because if my emotional bank is almost overdrawn, then my heart's not going to invite someone else in. Because it's like, we can't afford to feed anyone emotionally. We're almost emotionally bankrupt. So we're starting to choose where we're investing our emotional energy and relationships with humans in the outside world. Then also, we're looking at what energy, emotional energy, am I using to push down and suppress emotions from my earlier 7 years old and younger that I didn't know what to do with. My anger and my sadness that, you know, because that's three ways that we express ourselves as children, right? Happy, smiling child, crying child, angry, tantrum child. Well, only one of those really parents are excited about. They like a happy, smiling child. Look, everybody, my child's happy. They don't like a sad, crying child or an angry child because they're, well, this is what is reflecting on me. So quit your crying, quit your, tantrum. I'll give you something to cry about, or I'll take you outside and give you a whooping. So, what does a little child do? We don't know what to do with those if we can't express them. Push down, there's energy keeping those down. So, there is like emotional work that you can do both in relationships that you have with the outside world, backing off. Some of them you already know. I'm just going to let them drift away. I'm going to stop investing emotional energy in them. I'm going to let them drift away. Others, I'm going to go to 50%. And if they make it up, we'll maintain the relationship. But if not, it drifts away. I get all that back then. So there's decisions to be made emotionally that you can do while you're waiting, um, to help prepare you for all that. Yeah. And the devil card is basically the what we're talking about with all the expectations. The devil card, Capricorn energy, Saturn energy, shaking and rattling our long held beliefs about supposed to be's and letting those go. That allows you to focus in on what something is instead of what something isn't. Nine of Pentacles. Yeah. And this is being comfortable being alone. Because if you can't be comfortable being alone with yourself, then you can't be comfortable with being with someone either. Because there'll always be a fear of being left alone, which kind of brings unhealthy energy into relationships. Yeah. And you have this time of transformation, the Hanged Man. You are seeing things from a different perspective. And so, this time that things are unfolding here are for you to be able to, again, transform things in so much. Caterpillar goes into cocoon to let go of that which is no longer them, that no longer serves them, things that we put in for safety and protection that we don't need anymore. Like, you know, we put up a baby gate to keep a baby from falling down the stairs, or a baby gate is put up so we don't fall down the stairs as a child, young baby, toddler. But as we're teenagers and adults, that baby gate becomes an obstacle course that almost kills us as we trip over it and almost fall down the stairs. So we remove the baby gates because they're not needed anymore. This is removing stuff that doesn't serve anymore. Yep. And the Tower card. Trusting that things that are moved out of your life, here's all this making space for something that is in alignment for marriage and for a relationship. And the King of Wands, too. This is about you deciding, and this goes with all the other energy that we've really had here, because the King of Wands realizes this is my life. And we have a lot of advisors in our life telling us the supposed to be, the should be's, the need to be's, the have to be's, all of this kind of stuff. And like, what's the kingdom supposed to have? But the king realizes, wait a minute, I'm the king in kingdom. This is my life. I get to decide what I want in life. And thank you, everyone. Clear the throne room. Leave your opinions by the door in that box. But now I get to decide. And this is what it is instead of feeling like you're at the whim of the outside world and everyone's making decisions for you, it's like, I chose to live this life. Now, what do I want? I put a plan together, and then I put action behind that energy. And all these things are great to do before you get into a relationship, because you have this solid foundation of knowing who you are and what you want, instead of being at the whim of, trying to fit into some sort of, expectations that everyone else is wanting from you, right? So I feel like that's what's coming in. All right, so that is what they have for that for you, Ashvin. Oh, let's give you a fortune cookie. Don't forget, fortune cookie. I feel like we want to go to the affirminator here for you. All right, boom, boom, boom. Vitality. Dun, da, da, dum. I think those are like red blood cells. Let's see here. I am healthy and vital and strong. My radiant love of life fills me with healthy, vital, and strong cells. Each cell is a warrior. Everyone has its own sword and shield. I dare you to try to and penetrate my cellular army. Didn't think so, chump. So this is about your inner strength and becoming so full of love for self and understanding who you are, that you're not pushed around by fears, but that you are solid in who you are. And then you can just shine bright and be true to yourself. So I like that. All right. So that is what they have for you, Ashvin. So many blessings to you. All right. Let's take a look here. So up next, we'll have Sudeshni. And then I see here Eros Kafisi. You'll be up after that. And then we will circle back around to Moonlight 5. And then Sudeshna. My goodness. Thank you so much for all your donations today. All right. We'll come back around for that. All right. And then Sean G, you said you donated through the CashApp. Didn't get an email yet. Let me just verify here for you. We'll go into the CashApp. It's not updating. So double check that, Sean G, just to make sure that it went through. It's the weekend. Who knows? It might have timed out or something. But check that. I don't see one yet. All right. Let's see here. Let me get my mail here. Let's just make sure here. I know a lot going on in the world. Let's see. Okay. Nothing yet. It could just be taking time to go through, Maria. All right. So we will continue on. Those will all pop up, I'm sure. So Sudeshni, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. There it is. It just came through, Maria. All right. So Sudeshni, there's your timestamp. Thank you for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like. Good to see you. All right. And you said question below. Or is it above? Let's see here. Let me just make sure it's not down below. Okay. Yeah, I do see one right above it. So I'm assuming that's the one here. So I am well. I hope you are well. So you wanted to ask if Bradley or Brandon is involved in your sister's work issues, or are these males working together to bring her down? These males, I swear. Don't make me fly over there. Don't make me buy some new voodoo dolls, right? I'm just kidding. We don't do lower vibrational, you guys know that. All right, let's take a look here. All right. Brandon, not was Bradley. This is Brandon. Wow, look at these cards. Are they involved? Tell us about these people. And are they working together to bring her down? Let's see what this is here. What's below the surface here? Okay. And then this one's the bottom of the deck here. All right. So Sudeshni, the bottom of the deck, we do have the 8 of Swords here. 8 of Swords energy is about the working out of our fears, realizing our own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. So I like this energy coming in because, we're going to be talking about the human Bradley, the human Brandon, what's going on with them and all that kind of stuff, right? But they're saying here that all the stuff that's happening around your sister is for her to bring forward these thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve her anymore, that, make her feel this, these triggers, these limiting thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, those that make her feel powerless. And so the 8 of Swords, because it's a flowing mental energy, and it allows us to go to a new level when we have conflict that comes in, that triggers stuff inside of us so that we can face these and be free from them, right? So just know that within every moment, there's the reason why these human characters are doing and reacting the way they are, but there's always a higher reason that's behind the curtains, below the surface, behind, but what's truly going on behind it, right? So I feel like that is what is coming in there to start off. So let's look here. Brad Lee is first. We got the Three of Pentacles and the Eight of Wands. Bradley seems to be someone that's just trying to be true to their authentic self. They're a very passionate individual. There's not intentions of Bradley toward your sister. they're just they're just being Bradley. That's funny. That's how it came through. They're like, I need to be true to me, and I'm going to be me, and I'm going to be whatever, and blah blah blah, and they kind of steamroll over people and things, and because they're so all this Eight of Wands energy. So I don't feel like they're like specifically targeting your sister or anything like that. I feel like they're just being Bradley. They don't do it just to your sister. They just steamroll over everyone and cut in line and me first. What do you mean? This is for me. Psh, I feel like they'll that's just where they're at in their life right now. So I don't feel like that. Brandon, let's take a look here. Got the Five of Cups. There's a lot of emotional, I would say, instability. They're not like emotionally unstable, but they do have this fluctuating energy. Knight of Wands. Let me see what this other card is here. Two of Swords. Conflict and battle here. Theirs is more of an internal conflict, and they're more reactive. I don't feel like they're like they wake up going, I want to get your, I'm gonna, towards your sister and bring her down, whatever. I feel like they're more reactionary in the moment of things. So I don't feel like there's a whole lot of planning behind Brandon either. I feel like there's this um because that Knight of Wands is very reactionary energy, frying pan. If it's something a lower vibrational energy, if I feel a lower vibrational, I react and go into fear, and then, you know, in a conflict, I react to it, but then I get over it because they're a frying pan. They heat up fast and cool off fast. So I don't feel like those two are in cahoots, and individually, either of them trying to bring her down intentionally. I just feel they're just reacting in the moment with things, no plots or plans. The underlying energy underneath here, we have the Ace of Wands. So there is a lot of fire, a lot of passion that's here. Two of Wands, yeah. Progression, Ace of Two. What's this one? Five of Pentacles, which is about beliefs in lack, the fear of being left behind, left out in the cold, and so I feel like what Spirit is bringing in here, one, the Eight of Swords. So this is for your sister to realize her fears and to bring things up. But this on the bottom here, it shows this is about your sister's focus of her energy and the Two of Wands, um, and this fear about lack. So let's say, excuse me, if I have this feeling of fear that I'm going to get fired, I'm going to be left behind, I'm not going to have enough. If I'm focusing on lack energy, and that means I have this focus on need, I have this focus on want that's coming in, that is actually pushing away and bringing in more lack, right? If I'm focusing in on lower vibrational emotions I have with individuals, like if Bradley and Brandon, if I'm having trouble with them at work independently, if I'm focusing on that about them, it grows, it expands. My energy is expanding the things I'm experiencing in life. And that's what that Two of Wands, Ace of Wands and Two of Wands is. Every moment I'm making an energetic choice of gratitude and higher vibration or fear and lower vibration. And what is that bringing in? If I'm focused on gratitude, that brings in more things. If I'm focusing on lack and those other things, sorry, I feel like there's someone touching my hello. um, then those are expanding, those are growing. So what I would encourage, like Spirit's advice would be change the focus, instead of focusing on what I feel is happening to me, which will encourage more things to happen to me so I can experience more victimhood. I'm going to focus on what I'm grateful for in the job. Even I know let's start off with grateful for. What am I grateful for in this job? What am I grateful for in the jobs I've had in the past? And then once that gets going, focus on what's one thing that I'm grateful for in Bradley? What's one thing that I'm grateful for in Brandon? And anyone else that I feel around, focus on what's the thing I'm grateful for, sincerely grateful for in each person. And then that helps start growing that stuff instead of growing the other. So I feel like that's what they have for that. Let's give you your fortune cookie here. Let's see what we have here. All right. Yeah, the power, the dino power here, dinosaur tank. It says, I am strong, I am grounded, I am powerful. I'm like a cross between a dinosaur and a tank, but not a tank that is used for war. I'm like a peaceful, loving dino tank who feels so strong it doesn't need to do anything but be. I love that. So that's the message for your sister there, Sudeshni. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Eros, you are up. Let's see here. Eros, let's give you this timestamp. 3:32 even. There we go. And let's put that out here. Let's see. Did I put the others? Sudeshni, did I put yours out there? Yeah, there you are. Okay. Just making sure I'm not failing in my duties here. All right. So Eros, let's give that a love and a like here. And so great to see you too. So Eros, you recently met Antonella. Will she contact you soon? Do you see any serious developments for us? Or that will be just a simple friendship? All right, well, let's take a look here and see what we have happening here based on current energies. Or if there's any faded energy that will come through too. All right, so will she contact you soon? All right, I feel like these are that. Boom, boom, boom. Whoa, okay, and then any serious developments? Let's see what we got here. All right. Let's see, I do want to do it this way. All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Devil card, which is Capricorn, Saturn energy. It's the shaking and the rattling of our cages, of our expectations. And so I feel like this, the underlying energy around the interactions, what will help it grow is to kind of question, why do I think certain things are supposed to happen? Why do I have certain expectations, or do I have certain expectations? And do I really need to have those, or can I release those and just let them go, right? Just go, I'm going to go with the flow and I'm going to focus on who someone is, right? Because when you meet someone and they're amazing, we have no expectations. I mean, they're this amazing, right? And then if we have expectations around starting to date someone, they become a little less amazing. We date exclusively. They need to do this. They should do this. This is what they should do and not do, and say and not say. And then we start like get engaged, right? Look how amazing they've become. They're still like, we have time invested. So we're still like, well, we're engaged. Let's just, And then we get married and suddenly go, why did they change? Why are they so much less than they were when I met them? Well, because they didn't change, our expectations did, right? And so expectations are the relationship kind of killer, the relationship, it sucks the life out of it. And so that devil card on the bottom is just be aware of that. kind of look how expectations in the past have destroyed relationships of the past, and kind of look at it and go, you know what, I'm gonna we can be grateful and focus on who someone is instead of focusing on, are they fulfilling the expectations, and where are they falling and failing, right? So I like that. All right. So that's just to start off. Now, will she contact you soon? Get the Knight of Cups. There is movement of emotion. That seems positive to me. Let's see what else. Chariot card, movement, energy, victory, energy. I like that. And the Queen of Cups. So all this emotional energy, even the Chariot card is Cancer moon energy. So a lot of water, a lot of emotional movement. So I definitely feel like, yeah, she will contact you soon. There's a lot of emotional expansion energy that's coming in with all this. Any serious developments for you? We have the Two of Swords. Here is the battle between the head and the heart. The heart feels like it does, all this emotional energy that I mentioned. I do feel like the heart is. The mind is still kind of tentative because the mind is protecting her heart. It's her bodyguard, her heart guard. So the mind is like, well, let's see what unfolds here. The heart is like, yeah, yeah, yeah. But the mind is like, whoa, 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 wait a minute. Let's see what happens here, right? Yeah, the Justice card again, the balancing of the mind that's coming in here. Um, again, those expectations, right? The mind going, well, really, this is how relationship is supposed to go. That's too fast. That's too slow. That's not this. It's not that. It's not this. That's all this mental energy, right? Well, that's what these are. The Ace of Swords and the Justice card bringing a lot of mental energy that, as far as things going forward, it's like, let's see where it unfolds. Do I need intentions? Do I need to know? Kind of energy, right? Judgment card, seeing things from a higher perspective, not from the place of small teachers rooted in fears, expectations, but from a place of gratitude and love, and needing to know, you know, are there going to be serious developments? Could be, could not. Are we okay with just going with the flow and seeing it, or do I need to know in order for me to continue this? Our curiosity, right? It's our mind needing to know, needing to kind of be certain. And that's when our inner child feels unsafe or out of control. It's really, excuse me, I need to know so I can feel safe, right? Do I, am I going to be okay either way? Yeah, I'm going to be okay either way. I'm just curious. It's like, well, do we need to be, right? The Hanged Man, again, seeing things from a higher perspective, a different perspective, allowing transformation, allowing things to move forward without the need to know, without intention, besides the intention of going with the flow, right? And allowing the mind not to try to control a situation or put rules or cage the hearts, but allowing the hearts to express itself to each other. Because when we're focusing on gratitude in the moment, that grows things rather than destroys it, right? So I feel like the hearts want to move forward and grow closer and closer together. The minds are just the ones that will screw it up, right? I like that. Even on the bottom of the deck, you have the Temperance card, which I'll show you in a sec. But that's about allowing things to unfold in its timing, and that it doesn't have to be a certain thing by a certain time. And you know, um, why not allow us to become best friends and close friends, and then see what unfolds from there, right? Yeah, the Temperance is the alchemy, the going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and allowing it to create and turn into what it'll turn into, right? I know, right, Eros? All right, so that's what they have for that one. Oh, I didn't give you your fortune cookie. Let's do the affirminators here. All right. All right. Well, there's the message. Patience. ah, Congratulations. You've been granted more patience. You may start using it right away or much, much later. Waiting a long time is the sort of option now afforded to you by greater patience. Can you believe it? Look at this. You're still reading and you haven't started getting annoyed yet. Imagine how this patience will transform your life. Imagine how easy it will be to go to the post office. That's funny. Bonus card there because, we can get impatient waiting in line, as things are taking too long. And, something that came through, it was either last night or the night before in my membership sessions. It came through that patience is actually rooted in lack. And we were like, what? And I go, okay, hold on. I'm channeling. Let me find out what spirit is saying here. But it made sense because to say like I've been patient with something, really what we're saying is that I feel like something should already be mine and already be here, but I've been patient waiting for me to get what I feel like I should have already, so that I don't have something I feel I have already is lack energy, right? And so when we sit in patience, it's actually I'm sitting in lack. Instead, if I'm in the moment now, realizing I have everything I need right here, right now, and I'm so grateful I have it all right here, right now. I'm in need of nothing else. I can be as patient, but when I'm like, I need this, I want this, that's lack energy because I feel like I don't have something now that I feel like I'm supposed to, or I need to, or I want to have in my life. But it's like that's lack. And so when we come here and we sit in here, then I can be like, yeah, then I can be as patient as I need, right? So anyway, interesting concept, right? All right. So that is what we have for you there, Eros. Many blessings to you. Hey, shout out to one of my other YouTube channel members. Hey, Scorpio 1180. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. All right. So we did that. We did that. All right. So Moonlight, you are up here for your additional donation. Let's grab your timestamps. You actually had 34242. Look at that, repeating numbers. So those are that. Let me move this out of the way here. So, Moonlight, thank you for the rose, the flower. Will anything exciting happen if you go out tonight? Like to the pub? Oh, right. Whoa. Besides getting arrested, let's take a look here. I don't know if I should notify the police near you going, their energy is way off the charts today, so you may want to just keep an eye on them. And not in a bad way. It's just a lot of energy, right? You're like, I'm just so hyper. All right, let's take a look here. Will, based on current energies, will anything happen if you go out to the pubs tonight? Let's take a look. We got those. Let's see here. We do want this one. We do want this one. All right, that's it. All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Queen of Pentacles, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, but there is a lot of emotion. There's a lot of abundance, birthing. It feels very abundant and positive energy. So there's nothing to be concerned with yet. This is the bottom energy. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, Nine of Cups, a lot of joy, a lot of sharing of positive emotion here. Knight of Swords, a lot of new communication, a lot of chatting, and I don't even feel like a lot of learning. I feel like this is just enjoying people and enjoyable conversations and a lot of happiness that's coming here. Yeah, and evidently a lot of drinks. Nine of Cups. I'm just kidding. Let's see what else we have here too. 10 of Wands. Here's a lot of passion, a lot of energy. Let's see what else is here. And the 6 of Wands, but it's a victory movement. So with the 10 and the 6 coming out together, there is a lot of energy that's happening here. A lot of it's a harvest energy, especially with the Queen of Pentacles and the 6 of Wands with the 10 of Wands, because 10 of Wands can feel like a burden, but when you have all these other energies, it can feel like abundance and fullness, like I just feel full of life and full of energy. And again, the 6 of Wands is a victory type of energy that's coming in here. I just want to ask a clarifier. Is there anyone special or any like specific event or interaction that we want to know about? Well, this was on the bottom of the deck underneath the Queen of Pentacles. You have the Devil card here, so there is Capricorn Saturn energy that comes in. I feel like this person is, and this won't make sense with the Knight of Swords, because this is someone that Capricorns can get really in their heads and really philosophical. Well, not really so much philosophical. They can, but that's more like Scorpio, Sagittarius, Gemini energy, get more into that. Capricorn's more about, talking about life, talking about learnings and what has worked in the past, what hasn't worked in the past, and about job. And so I feel like you get in conversation with someone about what they do, and it's really interesting about the job that they have and do. But I don't feel like there's a specific like passion or anything that gets ignited. It feels like just overall a lot of group kind of fun hanging around with people, but not like a specific, person that ends up with anything happening or anything like that. So I know you're like, I'm staying home then. I'm just kidding. All right. So that is what they have for that for you, Moonlight. You said got to go in an hour. Woohoo! The police have more than enough to care. This said, I don't think they would even see me if you were dancing on a roof. Well, let's not dance on a roof, all right? We enjoy having you around. All right. We'll eventually get to your free reading as well sometime, but probably not before you head off into your adventure. So be safe. Much love to you, my friend. Okay. All right. Okay. The candle did burn out over here. I was like, I smell smoke. That usually means it went out. So no drinks, maybe a beer. Isn't that a drink? You're so funny. All right. So, so Sudeshna, gosh, thank you so much here. My gosh, so many timestamps here. Let me put these out here for you. So grateful. I so appreciate all the donations that you've made here. And this is for your little heart eyes sticker. So we did that. And let's see here. Or was that for the work-life balance one that we did there? Let me see here. Is there another question down here? Let me make sure I didn't miss one. Because you said your question had disappeared. It could be because I know I was answering one other question. And then, because that was your hometown and all those. Okay. Yeah, so I do think that was right. Yeah, you don't want the one not today. Yeah, that's right. All right, so I do feel, Sudeshna, that actually was for your previous question. So thank you for that donation. Even if you click on this timestamp, just to hear my appreciation for it. I feel like that was for the one that had disappeared. But if I'm wrong, please let me know. All right. So I think those were for all those. And then I do, and Sean G, let me check my phone here. I still didn't get an email or anything from a Cash App donation. And And I don't have any cash apps from today. So if it didn't go through, try that again. More than one flat roof around here. Moonlight, you're a crazy. I love it. All right. All right. So let's see here. So Maria P, I did get your other 2 PayPals. Let's put your timestamps here. So thank you for your additional donations. All right. So let's look at the first one here. All right. All right. I'm just reading through your questions here. All right, let's take a sip here before we dive into this energy, right? All righty. And before we jump into there, let me just make sure here, because we're reaching a 4-hour mark. I just want to make sure that we're not going to lose any of my chats here. Let's see how far we got. I just want to take some more screenshots just to be safe. So I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. You're like, can we start my reading now? But let me just grab these here. Okay. We'll grab this. All right, and grab these. So almost like I said, at 4 hours, and sometimes YouTube will start deleting the chat. I know, how rude. I'm sure it's for broad width or whatever they call that, broadband, broad width or whatever, to keep everything running smooth and steady there. Okay, I think that's good for now. All right, so sorry, Maria. All right, so Maria here. So what are Walter's feelings and thoughts towards you right now, because you've been messaging, with what you've been messaging each other? So what are they talking here? The interactions that you've been having over chatting here. That's it. Okay. His thoughts when you said, call me before you take off in flight for your work trip. Uh-oh. Okay. A lot of thoughts about that. What's coming towards us this weekend and next week? All right, let's take a look here. Based on your current energies this weekend, next week. Okay. And then, does he truly love you like he said he does? Yeah. That he doesn't lie about. Oh, this. All right. So what are his thoughts and feelings about what you've been messaging with each other here? Yeah, we got the 3 of Pentacles, which is this, being true to one's authentic self. And there's this energy, feels good that he was able to, share things that's been bothering him, because that is something that I feel like has been bothering him. He's been, you know, leaving you with an impression with what you ask, he kind of answers honestly, kind of, mostly. But there's a thing that, and not to stereotype men, but it's kind of like what I hear a lot of women say is like, you have to be really careful about how you're asking things, because men tend to, that's not all men tend to answer the question that you're asking, even knowing sometimes that you are asking for this reason, but I'm going to answer your question. And, it's like, well, you said that. Yeah, that's what you asked. You asked this, I said this. But you know that this is why I was asking. Why did you leave me with that impression knowing that your answer was going to lead me so I feel like there's this, you know, honesty that they feel like, okay, I'm being more open and true and sharing things that I know you want to know. And the Tower card here is this fear. Still, there's this fear of endings, that this is going to end our relationship. They're afraid you're going to end the relationship. So there's that. Um, so his thoughts when you call before taking off. Page of Pentacles, Queen of Swords. This kind of balanced him out here. The Queen of Swords is a balance between head and heart, and Page of Pentacles is like, okay, this is a new opportunity. It felt like, okay, this is good. This is carrying energy. This is stability. I feel like feels like balancing. This feels like the way we were interacting before. And I feel like this. Yep, Four of Cups. They do feel this emotional stability they like with the Two of Wands, which is plans. Plans are good. Plans, you telling me to call you before I leave for my trip is good. This is good news for me. It helps them with their fears because they feel like, okay, if you're telling me you want me to do this, this means we're not ending at least before that time because you want me to contact you and reach out to you. So there's positive energy with that. Yep. And Knight of Cups, movement of emotion. And they like that. They like, you do still care about me, and they like that. Um what's coming towards you this weekend, and then this is next week. So this weekend, yep, there's a bit of fear of being left behind still and being abandoned, lack energy with that 5 of Pentacles, so this is a challenge. The 8 of Swords is about really looking at in this situation, it actually brings it up for both of you about the feelings of not being enough, not being good enough, of not having enough, fears of being left behind, left out in the cold. So there's a different amount of fears that are bouncing in between in both of you, but this is happening for you both so that you could face these fears and be freed from it. Again, you know, the fears of what does their actions, non-actions, words, or silence, what does that mean about me? They're thinking the same thing. You both humans do that, we have this, their actions mean I'm this, and what is that gonna mean? What if they do leave me? What does that mean about me? It's ignited these fears in both of you. So I feel like this weekend is more dealing with that than anything. Um, that's what I feel like is the big thing for next week. There is this wish upon a star, this balancing energy more so here. Um, so I feel like next week is about balancing things out, seeing things differently. But it is this hope energy, and there's this hope that seems to be the overall prominent energy for next week. Hope energy. So I feel like that is the big piece there. Does he truly love you like he does? Yeah, King of Pentacles. Solid, solid. This is how would you say, abundant energy. It's a positive on that, which we knew that. I know that he's honest about that he truly does love and care about you. Um, so that is there. So hopefully that makes sense there. Okay. All right, very good, arrows. Glad that helped resonate there. All right. Sure, Rosalind, I will get to all readings sometime today, if not in this session, and not my evening session. I'll come back for a third session. So if you have a specific question, feel free to put it down there, and we'll eventually get to those. Or if not, I'll give you a general reading, see what Spirit has for you when we get to that point, of course. All right. So, Maria, thank you for your additional donation. Let me scroll down here. There it goes. All right, let me take another sip here. Let's leave the old energy behind and move into this new one. There's a lot of emotional energy going on in the world. With Sagittarius full moon a couple days ago, Sagittarius, Jupiter, which rules over Sagittarius, moving into Cancer, which is emotional energy, expander of emotions. We got big energies starting and expanding our emotional centers. So our hearts are being stretched a lot. So if everyone's feeling that, you're not alone. All right. So you're saying here with this promotion, you were cheering him on. Oh, yeah. So he will be principal now. Yay. So he got it. And will this promotion help your relationship? All right, let's take a look here. Do those. We're just going to leave those other cards to the side that we already used. And then does he think that you're hurt? Those there. When you cry, he hates it. His thoughts when I started crying. Okay. All right. And then will he make changes to make us better? All right, let's see what Spirit wants you to know around that energy. Can someone else make changes to make us better? They can make changes to make themselves, their energy different, but they can't change you. You can't change them. You independently can make changes to change your relationship, but it can't. You can't change them to make your relationship with them better. They can't change you to make their relationship with you better. So we'll ask this more because they're not giving me any cards. They're bringing me that message. Will he make changes to make it easier for your relationship? That's kind of because you are the only one that can make choices for you. So we'll get that. One card came through. I feel like all that other stuff was for that too. So will his promotion help your relationship? Well, it'll allow more joy and celebration with the Four of Wands and the Six of Pentacles. Promotion, money, Six of Pentacles, this, giving and receiving energy that's coming in here, but it feels like abundance, financial abundance. So it'll make it kind of like your last question, it'll make it an easier choice to choose higher vibrational things. But, when you're looking at your choices, your mental choices, emotional choices, energetic choices, and physical choices are independent of anything of the outside world, right? Things that we experience in the outside world can make it easier or harder for us to choose higher vibration or lower vibration. But we ultimately, even if we're experiencing a lot of lower vibration, we all have the strength and ability to choose higher vibrational thoughts, emotions, and everything. We are not, even though we're kind of conditioned and sometimes convinced that we're puppets to the outside world. When this happens, this is how I have to think. When that happens, this is how I have to feel. When this happens, this is where I'm supposed to focus my energy. When this happens, this is what I'm supposed to physically do in the outside world. But that's all opinion. I get to choose. So what this is saying here is, yeah, there's a joy that comes, you know, from him for getting the promotion. There's this abundance of money that, comes, so he's less stressed about money and finances, which allows him to choose to be more higher vibration, which for you makes it easier for you to choose higher vibration, which means your relationship can have a higher vibration. So it can make it easier or harder, but it doesn't mean that's what you guys are going to choose because you have free will, right? So hopefully that is clear. Um, does he think that you're hurt? Yeah, I do feel here with the justice card. This is the thinking, the balancing, the letting go of fears and the truth with this Ace of Pentacles. Um, let's see what's underneath here too. The 10 of Wands, the Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, the Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, and the 10 of Wands, which is the burden. They do feel like it. They do hear from the Justice and the Ace of Pentacles is, that they do believe that you're hurt, and but they felt like it needed to happen. It's justified that that there needed to be hurt because he created the situation for hurt to exist. So he's like, he does feel that you're hurt, and he does feel like he's responsible for it. Which again, he's not. He created the actions in the outside world for you to choose, but your emotions you choose. No one can hurt us. We can only choose to be hurt or not. Um, so in any situation that I have felt where I chose hurt, I could also chosen not to be hurt. And there's no right or wrong. There's just different choices with different outcomes and experiences. Um, I got tired in my life of feeling hurt and feeling sad and feeling like a victim and feeling things where I'm like, I'm done feeling all that stuff. No judgment. I was just like, I'm bored. I want to choose joy. I want to experience that. First half of my life, I experience lower vibration. The next, half of my life, I want to experience higher vibration. And when I'm at the end, then I'll decide what I want to do. So anyway, so that's important to know. And he hates it when you cry. His thoughts when you started crying. The Eight of Cups. Eight of Cups is about leaving. That's what the thoughts went through, is about walking away from relationships that don't serve anymore. His fear was that you're going to walk away. He had fight or flight mode where he felt responsible. Again, he was feeling guilty, feeling responsible for your tears. And so he wanted to flee because he doesn't know what to do with tears. It makes him feel uncomfortable. And so he wanted to escape. King of Cups, he also wanted to comfort you with bring balance to your emotions, bring balance to these choppy, stormy waters, that were there. Two of Swords, yeah, conflicted between his head and his heart. His heart wanted to help, his head wanted to run. So very conflicted. Seven of Wands. There's this energy with the Seven of Wands that, they also like, I want you to be able to be you, and I want you to be able to cry, and my struggle, my conflict is mine, but definitely the guilt feelings were there. The Four of Swords, seeking peace of mind. They wanted to bring balance. They wanted to solve it, right? To bring peace to your mind. I want you not to feel pain. Um, Especially since they felt they caused it, right? But those are a lot of the stuff that was going through, but definitely they feel uncomfortable, like you said. And then will he make changes in his own decisions to make it your relationship easier to choose higher vibration instead of lower vibration? 10 of Pentacles, it does feel like they will. because the 10 of Pentacles is about it's abundance, it's victory energies. So I do feel like they will make changes to try to, make it easier for you guys. But I feel like there's going to be a lot of good honesty, but I do feel like it's important for you to ask all the tough questions all the time. Don't be afraid of the answers, because I feel like we were talking about, it was yours who we were talking about? Yeah, it was yours, right? We were talking about, because sometimes these men's, if you ask a general question, they'll answer this, but really what you want to know, ask pinpointed questions and ask as many clarifying questions as you feel you need to, so that they can't avoid an answer by only answering this much of it. Make sure you're getting all the answers that you need, because I feel like that's important. Because I do feel like there's this energy where they may alter how they answer you because they don't want to hurt you and they don't want to lose you. They may not be totally upfront and forthcoming, but you asking the questions, you're going to keep them honest. And I feel like that's important for you to do. I know, my goodness. All right. So that is what they have for you. Oh, can't forget. Did I give you? I didn't give you 2 fortune cookies. So let's give you an affirminators, and then also let's give you an everyday miracles. We'll give you one from each. All right, this one. All right, let's start with the semi-serious ones. I am as God created me. Yep. Be true to your authentic self. Know that you are perfect as you are. In you is all of heaven. Every leaf that falls is given life in you. Each bird that ever sang will sing again in you, and every flower that ever bloomed has saved its perfume and its loveliness for you. So I love this, because this is about, it takes us out of, again, from this little pocketed human character that I think I am. And it allows us to see us from that we are a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being. This is one little drop in a sea of characters that we've played and expressions, but we are part of the whole, and we are everyone, we are each other, all of us, even the dark side. We are them, they are us. All of us are in this together. And it allows us not to be so about this is my life and everything else is about me. It's like, no, we're all together and we're all experiencing life together. So I like that. Yep. All comes down to self love. I love this. What a great card to end your readings. I openly embrace a feeling of self love, the PG kind. I love myself because I understand myself. I love myself as the most committed partner I will ever have. I have shown myself love any way that I can. And when I screw up, I perceive that I do, I remember to be sweet and gentle with myself. If not, I'm going to make myself sleep on the couch. Got that? Capital S self. I like this. You being true to your authentic self, right? So I like that. All righty. So I think those were all of the donations. I just finished up. Hey, BB. If you didn't get yours, here's yours, just in case. I kind of sense that you want to know if I did your reading. There's your timestamp for both of yours done in a row. Boom, boom. How did I know? Because I'm psychic. I'm just kidding. All right. So let's take a look here. So let's see. Did anything start to disappear? No, not yet. Okay, good. So um, next up will be the free readings for my YouTube channel members. So let's go through those. There's to be a couple of those. All right. So Olivier Vagara, you are up. Let's grab those. So this is your timestamp. So hello, my beautiful friend. Blessed Saturday to you. So you say here, you may please have a general reading for this coming new week. Any good news, hopefully. Every news has the capacity to be good news, right? News is news until it gets in here, and then we decide if it's good or bad based on expectations, right? We have the power. All news is good news. Or you could choose that all news is bad news too. That's our power, right? But let's see what Spirit has here for you. A general for next week. And these go a little faster, everybody, just so you know. These are just 1 to 2 card readings for the free reading. So 5 of Swords and the Devil card. Well, I could see this doesn't feel like good news, but it is. You got the Devil card, the shaking and the rattling of thought and belief and mindset. You even got the 5 of Swords. So any conflict that's been going on, I feel like next week you really get to see the high truths, and the stuff has been being brought here. The 5 of Swords is the movement of mindset, the change of mindset, the resolution of inner mental conflict. Capricorn, Saturn energy, again, is about the higher vibration, not higher vibration, um, the seeing things differently and the freedom from long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve anymore. And there is this the devil, Capricorn rules over the house of work, and so I feel like this is really zeroed in here on conflicts around work, that there's some significant mental release and change of that next week. So if you can look at any fears and thoughts and beliefs that you've had around work that have been feeling restrictive, any of that lack energy of like need and want and fears, come back and sit with it, look at it. Why do I think this? That anything that sounds like supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be around work. I feel like as you resolve that and you free yourself from it, that's what frees the chains and allows the flow to come in regarding work. So I like that for you. All right. So that is what they have for you, Olivier. So many blessings to you. All right. Oops, sorry if you hear my stomach growling. Right. And then Happy Pill. Let me see. Let's do Happy Pill now at 418. This is for your free reading. Thank you for your donations earlier. There's your timestamp for this one. Ancestral message. Let's see. What does Spirit want you to know here, or your ancestors want you to know through Spirit? All right. So you've got the Fool card and the Tower card. So definitely they're telling you here that when you have these sudden endings that happen in your life with the Tower, that it's not happening to you. It is always for you, because people or situations are being moved out of your life to make space for something that's more in alignment with your soul, which is the Full card, your soul, and it clears things out of your path so that you can move forward into something here. This new beginning, this um the Tower card is like, before you come down here, you make agreements with your higher spiritual self and your spiritual posse that when I reach this point, if this thing hasn't been removed out of my life, remove it, because I need that removed to be able to experience this next thing. And so when we have something that's removed out of our life, at first we're like, no. But when we realize that it had to be removed for us to move on to the next stage and to bring us in this new adventure, then we're like, okay, I get it now. So I like this, your ancestors saying, just realize that when these things happen, they're not happening to you, they are happening for you, so that you can move into something that's more in alignment with where you're wanting to go and what you're wanting to do. So feel like that's the big message from your ancestors is it's not, a punishment. Things are happening for you when those things happen. All right. So that's what they have for you. Happy pill. Many blessings to you. All right. Let me just look down here. I know we have at least one more for my channel members. Let me just I want to make sure I'm not missing anyone here. Okay. Yep, there's a couple more. All right, there we go. Let me just highlight this so I see where I'm at. All right, and then Moonlight 5, thank you for all your donations earlier. And so here's for your free reading. Um, will your health be okay over time if you get a job? Do I need a job to save your economy? All right. And so, of course, disclaimer in the description box of the video, I'm not a licensed medical professional. Of course, tarot is designed for entertainment purposes only and for fun. Ultimately, everyone else makes their own decisions in life, right? So, based on this, will your health be okay over time if you get a job? All right, I feel like this is the one for that. And then, do you need a job to save your economy? So, based on your current energy. All right, so the Hierophant is the card of change, seeing things from a higher perspective. It is a positive card. It's Taurus, grounding, earthy energy. So it feels like it would be fine over time with all that. It would be a learning experience on what to do and what not to do. But overall, it feels positive there. And do you need a job to save your economy? Of the Four of Swords, it would bring you peace of mind, but it's not necessary. So it's like to have everything that you expect and that you think you need. Yeah, but you can also cut away things that you really don't need and make some changes. But it's about getting out of your head around the supposed to be and should be's and need to be's, and then you don't need to, have that. It's kind of like what I did with my life um, and how things unfolded. I didn't need a job to save my economy when I thought I was going to need to. But I sold my car. I got rid of stuff I didn't need, sold my condo, really got down into simplifying my life where I didn't need a job to save my savings economy and whatever, that I'm able to live doing what I love right now. So that's kind of energy I feel coming in with that. So hopefully that makes sense. And that's what they have for you, Moonlight. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we have Scorpio 1180. So Scorpio, let's put your timestamp in here. I think I have it right. Pop that down here. And you said, can you ask how are the Gemini is feeling about reconciliation? Let's take a look here. What's going on in Gemini, right? What else? All right. So we have the Seven of Pentacles and the Three of Swords here. So I'm not sure if like you're wondering if they will reconcile or not. The Seven of Pentacles is you know, sometimes it's the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, but with the Three of Swords, which is heartache, disappointment, expectations equal disappointment, and the Seven of Pentacles about seeing the fruit of something and feeling like, well, this isn't what I want. With a combination of these, I don't feel like Gemini would be looking for reconciliation because they don't feel like they can go back and like continue to do things like they've always been done and get a different result. They didn't like the result of what unfolded between the two of you, and so they wouldn't wanna go back with the things they are the way they were, and I feel like they're with their Gemini twinsy thinking energy, they're like, "I don't see that things could change and be changed because 'cause they're very locked into their, "This is what needs to happen, I don't feel like it can." I don't feel like there's reconciliation energy here because they don't feel like that there could be a different result. And they're right. If the when we look in a mirror, if the person looking in the mirror doesn't change, the reflection from the mirror doesn't change either. And because they're so locked into being who they are, no matter what, wherever they go, there they are. And so they're right. They wouldn't be able to, you know, because there's kind of this, well, you would need to change in order for things to work out. You're like, I'm just a reflection in the mirror, baby. If you want change, you need to change, right? So that's what's kind of coming in there, Scorpio. Hopefully that makes sense there, but that's what they have for you there. All right. Okay, so I think that is all for my YouTube channel members right now. All right, everybody. So, um, I've been on for 4.5 hours. Let's see, what time is it? 3:30, 4:30. Okay, so I have time. We will start the free readings here in a moment. Um, but I do need to. I took a little break a couple hours ago. I'm just gonna go get some more coffee here while I'm going to hit the little button while I hit the restroom to let out some of the coffee and liquid I've been drinking. But I will return and then we'll start free readings. But thank you so much and your patience. I'll be right back. I am human. Close the door all the way. Get too warm. All right. Thank you guys so much. Much better. All right. So we will jump in here for the free readings. Oh, good. And none have disappeared. Okay, good. All right. So we have a new three. You'll be up first. Let's grab your time stamp here. Whoops. That did not work. Let's try that again. Only shows your time step. There's your name. Okay. So in new three, want to know the distance between you and your future spouse. Like miles distance? Are they nearby? Let's take a look here. Whoops. So they do want those two. Let's see what we got here. You do have the Eight of Cups and the Ten of Wands. Right now, there is a great amount of distance here. The Eight of Cups is about leaving behind relationships that don't serve, and the Ten of Wands is a lot of burden and a lot of energy and movement. So right now, I feel like they are further away, but I feel like they'll be moving to be near your location. But right now, they're not. There is this distance. It's not, when you're thinking of 1 through 10, 8 and 10 is far away, but this is like movement toward it. So right now, like if you're talking about um, physical distance, there is still physical distance. So they're not in your peripherals or your environment yet. All right. So that's what they have for you in News 3. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Alicia, you are up, or Alicia, however it is pronounced. My apologies if I'm totally murdering it. Let's put your timestamp down here. And your free question, should you apply for counseling, will you get a seat in medical college? All right, let's take a look here. Should you apply for the counseling? Okay, we'll see if what kind of energy if you apply for the counseling, because Spirit doesn't have a should. They're like there's different choices with different experiences. So if you choose counseling, what kind of result do you get? And will you get a seat in medical college? And I feel like we answered this last night. If you did ask about medical college, someone did. Maybe that if that wasn't you, I feel like I answered that for someone last night. Um, 10 of Wands. A counseling, it does bring require some energy with the 10 of Wands, but it is worth it because it also this is like a lot of energy invested, but you also get a lot of harvest, a lot of benefit from it. So it does feel like that is a positive for you. Will you get in the seat in the medical college? Yeah, Eight of Swords is about, you know, um, education. Eight of Swords is about the mind and the mental world. And this is about letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that keep you trapped and restricted. So I feel like you're able to get into it, but you have to get out of your head around fears because when you're in fear, you're out of your intelligent mind where you don't have access to your brilliant mind. A little 2-year old and its pet hissing cat are in charge, and they're the ones that are, taking any test, any exams, and all that. That's like, that's not good. You want your human adult mind, so anything you can do to calm your fears and move beyond your fears will help you move forward and do that. So it is very positive for you there. So that's what they have for you, Alicia. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Chocolate Empress. I love it. You are up. Let's take a look here. All right. Oh, let's put that in the chat here. It's important to put your timestamp down here. And for everyone's information, when I'm done with the stream, I do put a list of the readings I completed with timestamps. So those will be available once I complete the stream. And so Chocolate Empress, want to know, will there be a change in the connection between Clarence and you? Let's take a look here. Based on current energies. All right, that's it here. All right. There definitely can be. The Two of Pentacles is two opportunities that lie before you. It's like choices of the outside world. And the 10 of Swords here is about letting go of expectations. That's where the change can occur. And what that means is like when I'm focusing on supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be's of things, then I suck the life out of something, right? Because I'm focusing on what something is not being rather than what something is or someone is. And so when I focus in on what I'm grateful for and what a situation is and who someone is being, what do I love about them? Am I grateful for? What am I grateful for and what they're doing and not doing or saying or not saying? Then that grows and that expands a relationship. So we stand at a pivotal place. We're in charge of a lot of what happens in our life by what our focus is. So if I focus on expectations, it spirals and distance happens, lack happens. If I focus on joy and celebration for who someone is and what something is, then it grows and expands. So I feel like they're saying that, yeah, there definitely is possibilities of a change in the connection, but the connection isn't just going to change by itself if you continue having expectations and focusing on, I need it to be this, I need them to be this, I want this, I need this. That's lack energy. That creates distance. So whatever you're focusing in is what helps draw that in. Now, it's not just on you either, right? When we're in relation with another person, we focus on our energy, we do our part, but we can't do their part and they can't do our part either. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they have for you right now. Right. So many blessings to you. Right. And then new love, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Woo. You're correct timestamp. All right. Put that down here. So new love, what do you need to know right now? Right now. Let's take a look here. What do you need to know right now? Whoa. Cards are flying out of the deck here. You got the Eight of Pentacles and the Queen of Pentacles. Wow. I really like this for you because this is the Eight of Pentacles is like putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. And then the Queen of Pentacles is the abundance that is coming here. Eight of Pentacles is also because you put in the work, you get the reward and you're starting to see the reward. Queen of Pentacles is showing that as well because it is about abundance and like I said, a harvest coming in. So I feel like the message that what you need to know right now is all the work you've been doing has been noticed. It is making impact. Just sometimes it takes time for inner work to be reflected in the outer world, but you're about to see pentacles come rolling into your life. The abundance, the reward for the work that you've done is going to be entering your life. So I like that for you. And that's what they have for you, new love. So many blessings to you. All right. So we answered those. We answered those. All right. All right. And then Andrea, 54 Hector, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. There we go. And here it is. What should you expect from Carlos the Leo when you go to Chicago for 2 weeks? He wants to get together. Whoa! All right. Well, based on current energies, of course, I'm all about don't have any expectations. Focus on what is and enjoy the moment, enjoy the adventure. If you have expectations on what should happen, who they should be, what should unfold, expectations equal disappointment. So ixnay expect, and we can see based on current energies, what does spirit want you to know that um, what they want you to know about what unfolds between the two of you right now. So there you go. So we've got this one and this one. All right. Well, all right. Well, a little bit of magic happens. I mean, because it's the magician and the lover's card. So there definitely is this wonderful energy, two major arcana So a lot of sparks, magician energy for me is a lot of that wands, passionate, um, intimacy. Um, but the magician card also has all four suits because it has, you know, I don't know if you've probably seen it before, because it has the Ace of Pentacles, the Ace of Wands, the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Swords. So there is mental, emotional, passionate, energetic, and physical interactions. And with the Lover's card, it is a important relationship, a very much bonding energy. So it just feels like there's just so many different things that happens. But I do like it with the magician. It's whatever you focus on does grow and expand. So going back to expectations, if I focus on what's not happening, then a lot less happens. If I'm focusing on what I'm grateful for that's happening in the moment, then it feels like an adventure instead of a checklist of an itinerary of things that need to happen while I'm there. It's like, no, I'm going to go in with a blank slate. This is one option you have is a blank slate and going, I'm just going to enjoy whatever we're doing and enjoy this adventure for 2 weeks, not expecting that this has to happen, this has to happen, because that's just full of disappointment. And if you have expectations, it takes so much energy just to get up to zero. But if you have no expectations, everything that happens is above and beyond abundance and great stuff, right? So I feel like that's what they want you to focus on, or that you can, it's up to you. Your experience is your own, of course, but I like that for you. Right. So that's what they have for you, Andrea. So many blessings to you. Okay, let me just look here. We've done those. We've done those. We've done those. All right. And then Maria P, for your free reading here. Thank you for all your donations earlier. You wanted a general reading for you for love. All right. Let me just take a sip, wet my whistle there. All right. So what's the spirit one? Okay. Well, you do have the Lover's card coming in here with the Star card. So there is hope of love that's here. And so there, it's part of our journey. It's okay to have hope for a specific love or lover, but I know, right? But there also is lovers is the emotional choice. And you have a choice between, you know, of what you want to do emotionally and is what is unfolding what you want. Is that your dream come true? With a star card, you can wish upon a star and go, what is it that my heart really wants out of a relationship? And do I feel like this person, the love I have now, can they bring me what I'm wanting and are they willing to? And if that's not, and I don't feel like they will or um, are able, then I have emotional choices to make to go, I'm going to choose for this bright, shining star. My dream come true is this. Or am I willing to put my dream on hold to see if someone's able to give me that or not, right? So there's emotional choice that needs to be made. And every moment you're making it because you're either choosing to continue to go things on with hope that they are going to be able to make your dream come true, this emotional dream come true, or not, right? And realize that the biggest relationship, of course, as we always say, the greatest love, our true love, is always us. Because the love we're looking for, no one in the outside world can give us that. We can only give thus the love we're looking for because we find that inward and upward, the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms. If we're expecting someone in the outside world to bring it to us, we're going to be sorely disappointed because until we find our self-love and connect with that, any reflection we have in the outside world is going to be a reflection that's disappointing and falls short of the love we're looking for. When I fill up with that love on the inside, any love from the outside world is above and beyond extra, so it feels wonderful and overflowing. I don't have expectations. I don't have, any need from it because I'm getting everything I need inside of me. they can just bring above and beyond extra, right? And so there's a change that comes in, and I feel like this is an important thing for to look at right now. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Right. So we did those. We did those. We did those. Okay. Here we go. All right, and Kita, you are up here for your free reading. So I just had to type out your name. So a read for the upcoming week. What do they want you to know for this upcoming week here? All right. So you have the Seven of Pentacles. Seven of Pentacles is, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And the Three of Cups is this joy and celebration and, kind of energy, but it's also about community. And I feel like you've been looking for like this special small group, like your tribe. And it's more like three of you, like, you and two besties, and that it's this little three peas in a pod. Like you've been looking for this, type of friendship that's going to be forever, and that it's people that you help support one another and you love one another and it's a lot of fun, a lot of joy, but you guys have each other's backs and you call each other out and all this wonderful, type of energy that comes in here. Well, this has been growing and it is coming for you here, but they're saying just be patient a little while longer. It is in the cards. I feel like July with the Seven of Pentacles is if you haven't met both, I feel like you're going to meet at least one in July and then the other one comes later. But I just feel like you've been looking for this and they're saying it's coming, it's coming. It's worth the wait. It's worth the wait because there things are being, falling into place for you guys to meet, for you to be prepared, for them to be prepared. There's interchanges that you guys are making where your energy levels just mesh. So just a few more little tweaks that are allowing you guys with the changes that you're making to have that happen. So that's what they have coming in here for you, Ankita. So that's what they have. Many blessings to you. All right. All right. And then let's see here. We have Amanda McNeil. You are up. Thanks for being a new subscriber to the channel, for your patience in getting to your readings. I know that it sometimes takes a while to get to the free reading, so I appreciate your patience there. And you'd like an energy reading on you. You're a Cancer sign, a woman. Yeah, so you've been enjoying this Sagittarius moving into Cancer this week. Do you feel like you're expanding empathically and emotionally? Well, here you go. It is happening here for you, right? You're like, yeah, that explains a lot. Yeah, I love this for you because you have the Hierophant and the Magician card, two major arcana. So some significant expansion here for you. The Hierophant is about your higher self, showing you different things from a higher perspective. And the Magician card is you really stepping into your power. I'm getting a lot of teaching energy. And so if you've been looking at like sharing things that you've learned throughout your life, or if there's a specific subject that you've been wanting to teach or learn and then teach, very supported here because I feel like this is part of the expansion, especially if it has to do around with emotional transmutation and emotional release and different types of things like that. I feel like there is these natural strengths and natural abilities you have being a Cancer energy. And you probably have more water in your chart too. I'm wondering what your moon is because there is this energy of transformative energy. I wouldn't be surprised if you have a lot of Scorpio in your chart because I'm feeling a lot of transformation, big transformations you made in your life. and that you're able to help people with their own emotional transformation as well. Um, yeah, and stepping into this magician card really feels like an energetic upgrade and this, again, expansive energy that's coming into your life, really kind of nudging or drawing you. More so, it feels like it's a burning desire that's coming welling up within you, where maybe in the past you'd be like, "Ooh, I don't know if I could teach people and do this," and but because of fears, but your fears are being outweighed by this feeling of, "I've got to express this, I've got to do this, I've got to step forward and share this with others." And so I feel like you have this draw and this nudge to really express this energy in your heart with the world in your own special, unique way. And I kind of feel like that's what's coming in right now for you, Amanda. So hopefully that resonates. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. So we did those. We did those. Let's see here. Right. And then Teresa Horton, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp. Oh, you know, have I even been putting these down here below? Let's see. Oh, I guess I have mostly. So did Andrea for Hector. Yeah. I did not put Maria's. So sorry. Let me put that out there. And Ankita. Boy, I'm falling down on the job, ain't I? Then I did Amanda McNeil. So I did yours. Boy. Inconsistent. There we go. Teresa Horton. There's yours. So Teresa, let's find your back up here. There it is. So, hello, hello. So, please, can you tell me about your 40-year-old son? He's in jail. Believe he was set up. Please. Let's take a look here. What does Spirit wants you to know here about your 40-year-old son? Let's take a look. So, we got two major arcana here. We have the Temperance card, which is alchemy and patience, but more alchemy, and the full card is this new beginning here. You know, Spirit is saying here that, you know, set up, upsets in our life are setups for us. And, nothing happens in life that isn't for us in some way. And I know going to jail, you mean going to jail is for him? Yeah. Could have kept him from being killed. It could have kept him from killing someone else. And not that he's that, but it's, it keeps us sometimes from things happening, but it also, especially with this alchemy, is things going back and forth and magic happening to bring things to fruition for us. And the full card is about an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new cycle and energy for them. And so I feel like they are going to, definitely learn something through all of this in their life, and understanding that, we have so many lifetimes that we live and so many expressions as our human, that, your son wouldn't be going through this if his higher self didn't want this as one of the possibilities of experiences that they would experience when they came here, whether it's being set up and they wanted to feel like what it feels like to be set up, or to experience, going through what they're going to go through there. And that this happens for you too, this feeling of helplessness and the feeling of, are you feeling like you failed them, or, you know, what are the fears that are coming up? This is for you to really set yourself free too. Because we can be in jail and be more free than we are out in the outside world, outside of jail, because we are jailed in our mindsets and with our emotions and different things. But I feel like this is happening for them to be able to, you know, experience what they wanted to experience, to find true freedom on the inside. And what you're experiencing is for you to be freed from your own imprison, that parts of yourself have been imprisoned inside of you too. So that's what they have for you with this, Teresa. And of course, if you want to do a deep dive into a personal reading, of course, I do offer personal readings too. If you want to like deep dive into more around all of that, but I feel like for the reading for right now, that's what they are like. Trust the universe that it is kind, that life does happen for us, even when our human has a hard time seeing it. There is reasons that are there to help us, be free. So, all right, Teresa, hang in there, my dear. I know those are one of the more challenging situations in our human life is when our children are um, having situations where we want to rescue them from it, right? So hang in there, sending you lots of love and sending him lots of love too. Okay, many blessings. All right, Ashish Bakaran, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Put that down here. Make sure I'm doing that still here. Keep forgetting. Any important messages for you? Let's see what they have here for you. All right. All right. There's this message here with the Justice card and the Three of Pentacles. The Justice card, they have the Ace of Swords and the Scales, which is like this new awareness coming in and being able to see things from a different perspective, cutting away some old thoughts and beliefs of this is who you're supposed to be and who you should be and what you should do and blah, 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 blah. A lot of defining old opinions rooted in fear of rejection, right? Because the Three of Pentacles is this freedom of being more true to your authentic self and expressing yourself more clearly as the true you. And I feel like this is this, kind of change that's happening in your life um, through different experiences popping up about this uncomfortableness. Because, when our fears outweigh the uncomfortable feeling of not being true to ourselves, we stay hidden, we stay shrunk, we stay small and dim our light. But when that ugly feeling of not being true to ourselves outweighs, there's the balance, outweighs these fears, then we take action and we start being more true to our authentic self. And I feel like they're just telling you that this has been unfolding and you're getting to this place where that it's feeling ugly of not being true to you and trying to live up to what everyone else wants you to be out of fear. There's this switch that's happening, this change that's happening that's allowing you to step forward and be more true to your authentic self. So just know these things, these challenges that you've been having and have been going on have been helping bring you to this point that is freeing you from that. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Mars, you are up. Whoa, that is not going to work. Hitting wrong buttons all over the place here. All right. So Mars, let's put your timestamp out here. And to everyone, I will be posting a pinned comment here when I'm done with this stream. With the readings I completed with the timestamps. I may, let's see, it's 4. So I have a little bit of time left yet. So we should get through a lot of the free readings. Hopefully, we'll be able to get you a lot of what you're needing here. So Mars, sorry, General, anything you need to know. Let's take a look here. We got that one. What else? All right, I do want this one here. All right. Oh, fun. So you've got the Eight of Cups and the King of Swords. It's a great bit of extremities here because you have the Eight of Cups, which is all about like an emotional inventory, a flow of emotion, letting go of emotions that are below the surface that don't serve you anymore, and walking away from relationships that don't serve you anymore. And then, so this is about this emotional transformation, this really evaluating, building up your emotional bank. And then on the other side, you have the King of Swords, the master of the mind. Not only does he rule over swords, he's got a second portion of swords, as all kings do, which makes him the master of thinking and seeing things differently. And I like this because it's a lot of mental clarity that you've been getting, a lot of clarity around communication, um, cutting away old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets about relationships. So, a lot of knowledge and wisdom that you feel like you're really gleaning to a lot. And I feel like this has a lot to do with, I don't know, I'm getting past life emotions below the surface that it's kind of like you're in here getting this uh, knowledge and clarity around repeating cycles of emotions, but not just in this lifetime, but like in lifetimes. You're getting this knowledge. And that's why I feel like there's this, you're really super connected to the Akashic records, and you're not only just transmuting and transforming emotions from this lifetime, but several lifetimes, that you're bringing a lot of the emotional knowledge together. And it's like you're having these significant ahas, and will be having these significant ahas, where it's like you're drawing together conclusions from several lifetimes, going, well, I experienced this and this and this and this. It's almost like you're doing your master's thesis on an emotion. And you're able to really know a lot. And you're like, why do I know so much about this? I feel like I've just experienced it in this lifetime. But it's because you've had experiences in several lifetimes that there's significant emotional transformation. And I feel like the Jupiter moving into Cancer and this Sagittarius full moon, because both of that, Jupiter rules over Sagittarius. So very expansive energies around emotion. It just like it's giving you like this big woof space to really um, evaluate and change that. So hopefully that makes sense, Mars. But that's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. How fun. All right, and then Nova Rodriguez. Hey, Supernova. So for your free reading here, let us put your timestamp out here. Okay. So let's take a look here. 2 days ago, you performed again. Wow, 7 songs, and your two old favorites. You made it like way back when you were 17 and 18, right? And yet again, two people, three pointed out it sounds like Nirvana unplugged, remind of Kurt Cobain. I love that. I wonder if Kurt did indeed inspire those songs, and what do they want you to know generally in regards to performing or whatever. End of question. It tripped you out because you didn't understand uh, why people thought Nirvana when they heard your song. Should it take it as a compliment or an energetic type of thing, not like your old songs are Nirvanish, right? Confused you. You said that, what the hell? Kurt, in my head, what I heard, saw performing. What a cool thought for it to be true. Even spontaneously did poetry open night mic thing and randomly wrote poetry in the moment, not even based it on a theme or letting go of toxic relationship, the freedom it brings to live. Yeah. Well, I love that. Yeah, you're definitely expressing yourself there. Yeah, acoustic guitar. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I love that energy here. So, okay, so the question here, yeah, what do they want you to know about the performing here? Yeah, he definitely, um, you know, one of the energies that we got. Sorry, I have a pain right here. Probably gas. I'm hungry. That's probably what it is. I'm not dying. Don't worry, everybody. Don't want to die on screen. If I come, I'm coming to haunt all of you. But I love this Nova because I feel like you, of course, you were um, Kurt's spirit guide when he was on Earth. So who influences who, right? I like that. Yeah, I like it. The Two of Pentacles, it's a little bit of both. with the Two of Pentacles, you know, the connection we have with our spiritual posse. We are one, especially when we're part of a soul collective. We all influence each other in our lifetimes. So you influenced them when they were down on earth, and now they're influencing you while you're here. So it's you know, just feel like it is honorable. It is a beautiful acknowledgement of like, wow, you know, and one of these days you're going to say, well, you know, Kurt Cobain is one of my spirit guides. And they're going to be like, what? And you're like, yeah. And who knew? I didn't even know that when I was writing these songs. And here they are being expressed. And the Ace of Cups is about your joy and your love and your heart filling up and overflowing. And I do love this. They are so much about this is you sharing your heart with the world in your own special, unique way. And even though people are picking up on, you know, this energy of Nirvana in your songs, it's because of the strong connection you have spiritually with them and your whole spiritual group, that you guys have been in this, you know, we talked about this spirit guide troop, that you've been, um, in many, many lifetimes in many, many different ways as well. So you definitely have had that for a very long time. And this is part of expressing your heart with the world in your own special, unique way. So I do feel like, you know, they are with you throughout all of your adventure and your journey. And so it, but you also expressed yourself as their spirit guides in other lifetimes when you weren't down to the earth yet as well. So, you know, um it's all about expressing your heart in the most beautiful way that makes your heart just fill up and overflow. So I feel like that is what they want you to know with all that, and definitely to look at your, you know, when people come up and a lot of people say it, it's Kurt winking at you, going, "I am with you, always." So I feel like that's their little wink, wink, and nudge, nudge to you there. Right? So that's what they have for you, Supernova, right now. Enjoy that. I'm so happy. You're just gonna feel more and more and more and more comfortable and just let all that flow out there. So I'm excited for you. Many blessings. All right. Then we have the red thread. Thank you so much for your wonderful comments here. Let's put out your timestamp here. And you like a general love reading or just a general reading, whatever we offer free. Well, we offer all of it for free. Just a question there. So we will put that here. So you'd like a general love reading. Let's see what spirit has for you to know about love. Okay. Okay, and I see you clarified later too that you definitely, if you have a choice, you do want the love reading here. All right. So you do have the Ace of Pentacles coming up here, which is about new opportunities coming up in the outside world here. And with the Knight of Swords coming in, swords are our thoughts, our beliefs, our mindsets, our attitudes. It's communication too, but in this case, there's this quest of seeing your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way with this coming in here. And I like this because this is preparing you for love coming up here in the near future. In near future is this year, within the next 6 months. I know it's like, "What, tomorrow?" No, within the next 6 months, but the more you work on looking at your thoughts and beliefs and mindsets about these would be like, who do I feel I have to be in order to be lovable, right? All these expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be. It's an important um, transition and clarity about. I'm just sitting with this energy because I feel like you've done a lot of this thinking about things. You're a big thinker, a big you know, reflector. So this isn't your first rodeo. You're not like, oh, look, I'm beginning my transformation. And, you know, no, no. This is like, I've been through 6 rodeos. I know how to ride this bull, right? But this is like clarity. You're really gaining even higher clarity about some deep-rooted old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that would have normally kept you restricted. And it's kinda like the fine-tuning. It's the final clearing out of some things that you're ready to let go of that. And I feel like this goes back into, like, more you're 7 years old and younger, some stages, because you've really transformed and transitioned a lot of experiences you've had, but this is getting to the final root where it's like that shown me in a weed, and it's like we've been pulling it, it's been growing back a little bit because there's some root that we don't get to, but this is the root that is being released here. Let me see any guidance on what this is. 7 years old and younger. Don't worry, I'm not gonna mention any details of stuff personal wise. I save those for personal readings on private videos. But, I do feel like there is this it is, of course, rooted in sense of worth. It does have to do with abandonment, but not so much in physical abandonment as is in safety. Like, I didn't feel like someone protected me when they should have, when they were younger. And this is about you going back and you becoming that protector as the powerful person you are now, going back to that inner child and going, boom, I am going to um, protect you when other people weren't there to protect you in whatever way and capacity it is. And it's a lot of freedom that comes from this and a lot of echoes that you've had in your life up to here. There is this removal, this sweeping away of these old, long held beliefs that were started in an emotional child who didn't know what to do with all this emotion. And so there were these protective thoughts and beliefs that created a myriad of, um, barbed wire fences and protective walls that kept your heart away from things. But now it's like I don't need those anymore. It's like when we create. I talk about it a while because I like this really brings it home when we create baby gates on stairs and to protect us as a child from falling down the stairs and breaking our neck. But as we grow older, we don't need those protections anymore. They actually become obstacles where we end up tripping and almost breaking our neck as an adult because we get caught on the baby gates and we're like, what? So we removing those allows us to flow and be more free and less dangerous. So hopefully that helps. I feel like that's a big piece of what they're wanting you to know right now, the red thread. So many blessings to you. Right. So we did that one. Okay. Okay, we did that one. All right. So I'm just making sure I'm not skipping over anyone. Okay. We did those. We did those. Okay, there we go. Whoa. Simmer down, bruddaZEN. Fingers are having their own field day over here. All right, so Sudeshna Ghosh, here's your free reading. Thank you so much for all the multiple donations you made earlier. Let's put that out here. All right, so your free one is how will the rest of June be for you? Let me take a quick sip here. All right. Yeah, right. I know. Oh, okay. Well, this is good news because, well, everything is good news, as I said earlier. But this is, your human will agree. Temperance card is something that's been taking a while to unfold, and the alchemy of going back and forth between the cups. Something slowly that's been coming, and the Knight of Wands has been feeling like, oh my gosh, something holding it back, like this forest field that's been keeping something out of your life. And what I like about this is that this combination of energy is here, you're about to feel like if there was a dam, it's starting to crumble. You're starting to feel energy and movement in this thing that's been taking forever to unfurl and come into your life. You're starting to see the movement, see the changes. Whereas before you'd hear a crack, you're like, did you hear the crack? Could have swore I heard a crack, and it was. But now you're starting to have chunks fall off the dam, which is about to let the floodgates come in. And I feel like it starts here in June and it just starts building and building and building and building as far as, a little piece comes off and there's a little bit of a flow of water. And then July, another big piece comes up. There's a big more flow. A bigger piece comes off. And so the flow ends up coming where it ends up um, like abundance. Whatever this is that you've been feeling like it's been taking forever to get here, here it comes. And I like this energy, this flow that's unfolding for you. So whatever that is that you feel like you've been investing a lot of energy in trying to make transitions and things, here it comes. All right. So I love that for you. Something to look forward here. You start to see that unfold here in this month. All right. So that is what they have for that. So many blessings. Thank you again, Sudeshna. Okay, we answered those. We answered those. All right, here we go. Oops, sorry. Hold on a sec here. See any more on this one? Nope. Okay. All right, and then Faith and Love. You are up here. Whoops. Wow. I think my fingers are getting hungry because they're just not cooperating. All right. So, Faith and Love, you want to know, will C contact you and reconcile? Let's see, based on current energies. So, we'll see. I feel like it's this one and this one. This one? No. Yes. I'm going to take it anyway. Let's see here. Well, we got the Empress and the High Priestess and the Five of Pentacles here. So this makes sense. Both of these cards are very empowering with let's see. Okay, let me do it this way. My microphone's in the way. So we've got the Empress, which is about, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself. The High Priestess is about being away. She goes into her high priestess temple, connects to her higher self in the spiritual realm, looks behind the veil, dives deep into their own emotions. And we have the Five of Pentacles, which is a lot of this nurturing, a lot of this understanding is you getting into the Five of Pentacles, which is the fear of not having enough, not being enough, being abandoned, being left on the cold, being left behind. And so, based on energies right now, we'll see contact you and reconcile. I would have to say, oh, I'm gonna do the no. Wow. That was a little more stronger than I wanted it to be. It has different ones on there. Is a no, but it's not like even though that sounded like absolutely no. There's this energy here of once you deal with this root, this is what's keeping them and anyone else from having this deeper relationship because it's about this deep-seated fear of not being enough, being rejected, being left out in the cold that happened like when you were 7 years old and younger. You've been dealing with a lot of the echoes of things that have happened and the pain and those feelings, and you've been transforming a lot of that. And but there's still back in here, especially with the high priestess, diving deep, deep, deep into the emotions. Even the Empress is so much emotional energy because she's 5 parts water, 1 part air, 1 part fire, 1 part uh, earth, but she's so much emotion. There's a lot of emotion below the surface, and that this situation happened for you. It happened for them too, for their own reasons, and something that's none of our business because that's their journey, not ours. But this for you, the reason of the separation and the difference and the being away from each other and making the choices that you did to for you to be in this situation too is for you to face that, because this is charged emotions of abandonment that are deep in the, the pond of emotion that's there, and bringing those up helps transmute it and transform it, helps change so much for you. But I feel like right now, this energy of being with yourself is so important, because it not only opens up the self love that you have for yourself into bigger ways, but it impacts all of your relationships with friends, family, and lovers, to allow you to, have this beautiful flow of giving and receiving love in such a strong way. But until that's done, it is happening for you to be able to look and see those things. So that's what they have coming in there for you right now, faith and love. I know. I've been working on all this stuff. I'm like, yep. And kudos to all the work that you've done, because they're definitely mentioned that. But there's a deep seated last little root that needs to be uprooted, like we were talking about earlier, with some other people. That it's um it's like you can cut down a tree and pull up the stump, but there's still some deep root there that can be removed out to bring some freedom. And then after that, if it is still aligning with your energy for C to reconcile, then that opens up those gates. But sometimes when we deal with those roots, we're like, I'm not drawn to them anymore. There's something more in alignment with my energy, on this new level that you get up to, that feels more right for you. So it could or could not, right? But either way, you're going to be happy about it. So hopefully that makes sense. But that's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you, faith and love, right? And then Carmel Damon, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right. So, Carmel, why is Caleb thinking of you? Will he ask you out romantically this month? Let's take a look. Or what is Caleb thinking of you? Is that maybe what you were meaning? Let's take a look here. So, what's their thoughts, and will they ask you out? Five of Wands. They still feel kind of conflicted here, little Caleb, here with Five of Wands. It's a lot of emotional change, a lot of emotional energy. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. That's happening here. And I don't feel so much that this is directly like just what they're thinking about you. I feel like their life is a little bit of we'll call it a firestorm, to stay uh, correct for YouTube. But they have a lot going on in their life and upheaval. And that's why I just feel like they don't have this where they're able to think straight. And I just feel like they're all over the place. All this stuff happening, all this stuff going on, where a lot of confusion happening with their energy altogether here. Um, I don't feel like this month that they'll ask you out romantically, because the full card is this, the needing to have an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, which means they need to have a lot of this stuff that's going on end, and but it feels cyclical with the full card, because it's the ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new cycle, the ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new cycle. I just feel like they've been in this loop of, like, drama has been a part of their life for quite a while, and I just feel like they're always in this, because I feel like we pulled cards on him before, right? Because it just feels like I get the same messages as like, yep, their life is in upheaval. I feel like their life has always been in upheaval, and I don't feel like it's gonna change anytime soon. And I kind of feel like there's just like this nudge from spirit, like maybe Carmel, that it's time to um, kind of look at, what is this mirror telling you? Do you like drama? Is that why you're attracted to him? You're like, I like actors. I like the drama that he puts on. But it's like, no, I don't want drama. So maybe it's time for me to let go of, you know, and knowing that that's just going to continue to cycle around. And, you know, sometimes we can be attracted to people that are not available because that keeps us safe because we know they're unavailable and they're not going to, do this. So I can stay safe going, well, I really want them. So maybe, maybe just a little bit of reflection and see if that resonates at all. Cause I just feel like it's time to release the Kraken, let the drama go be dramatic where they want to be dramatic um, and coming into this, energy true to yourself and, who you're wanting to be, someone who aligns with your energy rather than seeing if you align with theirs, right? So hopefully that, makes makes sense there. But that's what they have for you right now, Carmel. So hang in there, my dear. Many blessings to you. I know. The heart likes what it wants, the bad boys, right? Or the dramatic boys. All right. So let me just make sure here. I want to make sure I'm skipping over anyone here. All right. All right. Ashvin Ray, you are up here. Let's grab your timestamp here. So Ashvin, general for you with some marriage guidance. Wait, this sounded familiar. Did we already do this earlier? Why does this sound familiar? Did we do this? Oh, we did. That was a donation. Duh. Hello. I'm so sorry. It's right underneath it. So Ashvin, never mind. Whoa. And maybe I do need to go eat here in a minute. I will be on for about maybe 30 more minutes. Because I do need to prepare for my 6 p.m. and it's 4:30 right now. So I need to go eat and rest in between. But I'm gonna try to get through as many as I can here without repeating people I've already done. All right. So we're getting close here though, everybody. So hang in there. All right. So hot sun, you are up. All right. So let's put that timestamp out here. This is more accurate here. Let's put that here. All right, let me highlight that. Let me scroll down here and let's get rid of this one real quick here. Remove. There we go. All right. So hot sun, you want to know, is Matt dating or talking to other women? And the bottom of the deck. All right, let's take a look here. So is he dating or talking to other women? Let's see what we got here. Do you want this one and this one? Woo, right? In the bottom of the deck, we have the Six of Pentacles on the bottom. And we've got the Judgment card, the Seven of Pentacles. I don't feel like they are with this because the Seven of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And the Judgment card is about trying to see things from a different perspective. And with the Six of Pentacles, that's my codependency awareness card. And I feel like there's this energy of, I don't want to keep repeating the same cycles that I've been doing because I keep doing the same thing, getting the same result. And I feel like there is this, energy of trying to break cycles with all of this. And I just feel like this kind of stepping back energy in this. I'm just need to look at things because wherever I go, there I am. And I don't want to keep doing this and keep repeating all of the same stuff over and over and over and over again. So I don't feel like they're dating or seeing other people. I feel like they've attempted like being on dating apps or interacting with people, but I feel like it keeps reaching that same point where they're like, ugh, kind of energy that's there. And that's why they're like, why do I keep ending up in the same situations? And they're like, I am the common denominator in all this. Let me look at me, because if the reflection doesn't change, the reflection doesn't change if the person looking in the mirror doesn't change their reflection. So I feel like there is this little bit of, energy, that's going in with that. So anyway, that's what they have for you, hot sun. So many blessings. Hang in there. All right. Let's take a look here. Right. So, Cat Goddess, you are up next. So, Cat Goddess, this sounds familiar. If you've asked this question before, or someone has asked something similar to it, which I do a lot of reading. So, if you asked this before, I definitely feel like I completed it. And if you have trouble finding it, let me know and I'll find your other one too. Because, unless you're asking, like, yeah, I want to hear what more they have to say. Because you asked, how can you better manifest the things I want in my life? Any guidance from your future self and your spirit guides? So we'll see here what comes through here. All right. How can you better manifest? Six of Wands, Two of Swords. Um, Two of Swords is an energy of the battle between the head and the heart, and the Six of Wands is an energy of it's victory energy. And I feel like you know, one of the big things, like, how can I manifest things into my life? It's about being aware that there's a battle. Our mind will focus on expectation, want, and need with this long list of things it grew up with on what it thinks it's supposed to have and supposed to do and should do and need to do and must do in life, right? And so it'll focus on what we don't have. This long list of things. We have that? Yeah. Do we have that? Yeah. Do we have that? No. I need that. I want that. Well, need and want is actually at the core is lack energy, as is patience. Patience is saying, I should have something already. I don't have it. I'll be patient with it till I get what I feel like I'm supposed to have. All of that is about future. Um, Judgments of things and present judgments of not focusing on gratitude, right? Because when we're in gratitude in this moment for everything that we have, knowing I've got everything inside of me right now that I need, I've got the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms right inside of here inside my heart. I got everything I need in this moment, right? And I can focus on gratitude about all the many, many blessings that I have. And then also what I have had in my life. Oh, I'm in just sincere gratitude for that. Because if I feel like I need this, I want this, it means I feel like something's missing in me, in my life. And as I'm focusing on what's missing, my energy grows more missingness, pushes things away because it's saying that I enjoy this, I want this kind of energy, right? But if I focus on gratitude for what I do have, then it opens up the gates and I'm just grateful in this moment and more stuff comes in. Just more, it just floods in because the more I focus on this, the more I get that. The more I focus on that, the more I get that. And that's the important thing to realize that, we've been taught to focus on what we fear won't come into our life, fear what will get rejected out of our life, and our energy makes that happen. It rejects things out of our life, it draws things in we don't want, and it pushes things away that we're wanting and needing because that wanting and need energy does that. So I feel like that's an important thing to realize is like, wow, what a change of concept for us, right? Gonna focus on gratitude, doing a gratitude journal, putting an alarm on your phone, every waking hour, reminding us to come back to gratitude, because there's so much in this world that sucks us out into the outside world, and takes us in those directions. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they have for you right now. And again, if you asked that question before, um, and you have trouble finding it, let me know, and we can try to find that for you. All right. So many blessings. Okay. So we did those. We did those. We did those. Thank Thank you guys so much. I'm just flying down the chat here. I want to make sure I'm not missing anyone. Right. Rosalind Crump, you are up. Whoops. Let's do this right here. Let's get your timestamp here. So, Rosalind, welcome, welcome. And so you would like a general. All right. So you're generating here. All right, Rosalind. All right. These two here. All right. Come on. There it goes. Okay. So you have the Justice card here and the Page of Pentacles. Now, the Justice card, there is we have the somewhere on here, the Ace. Oh, he has it up here on his breast here. So we've got this Ace of Swords and then the scales of justice and of balance. But this is about, you know, the Ace of Swords is a gift giving you the ability to see things from a higher perspective, from a place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and gratitude, higher vibration. And it's a double edged sword because it also gives us the ability to transform and to release old ways of thinking, small t truths that are rooted in fear of not being good enough, or fear of failure, fear of rejection, blah, 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 all those fears, right? And there is this energy of like you've been having these opportunities that have been rising up, that have been allowing you to release these old ways of thinking and to see things differently. And this Page of Pentacles is about seeing your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way because of this new knowledge and this new awareness of things that have been coming in. And there's this abundant feeling that comes from this too. It's literally manifesting these change of thoughts have been changing your sense of worth, that's changing opportunities coming to you in the outside world. You can kind of look at it like as we're growing up, we get all these expectations that start to narrow our path of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. It has to be this way. And then we're blinded. It's like a horse with blinders on, right? We can't see everything that's happening over here because we're blind to it. But as you know, it takes a long time for us to turn to be able to see stuff. But expectations as they fall away, move away faster, we're like, oh, look at opportunities before that I would never have seen before. And wow. And you have the strength and the belief of worth in it. So all this work you've been doing, all this falling away of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets have been opening up these new opportunities. So be on the lookout because I feel like you're having these opportunities that would have like scared the crap out of you before, or you would have been like, "Oh, I can't do that." Now you're like, oh, what an opportunity. I'm going to go for it this time. And I feel like if you look back a year ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, like you were like, "Oh my gosh, this is not I'm totally not who I was before." You've made like significant transformations over this last year. I mean, huge. And you may not realize it until you look backwards because we're always with ourselves, so we don't see ourselves, right? So we don't see the changes where people who, you know, haven't seen us for a while, when they see us and they're like, "Oh my God, you've changed. You're so different." And you're like, "What, really?" But it's because they're not with us every day like we are. Right. So hopefully that helps, Rosalind. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then BB, you are up. So BB. Um, thank you for your donations earlier. Appreciate those. I want to know now, how does Rahul feel and think after you told him you made other plans today and you cannot join him? Will he try again next week? Oh, okay. I like that. That you're like, I'm not waiting around. Um, you know, I like that self-respect, right? Honor honor my time. You know, if you keep on waiting the last minute to ask me out to go do something, I'm not going to wait around and have my life on pause, and then if you don't call, I'm doing nothing. I'm gonna go live life. If you want, then make plans with me, right? Let's see what he feels here. All right. I like it. We got the Six of Swords, which is letting go of old ways of thinking, moving into new ways of thinking. Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, abundance. And they see that here and they're like, you know what? I get it. I feel like they're going to make that adjustment here. And I feel like he will try again, but I feel like he's going to um, ask more in advance because I feel like they're going to think about this and going, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I'll definitely, since I want to hang out, um, I'll do that. So I feel like it won't be like, you know, like I feel like they need to work through some thinking here for a little bit, but I feel like they will do it a couple days. Because really, if they were in a great state, they could have said, "Oh, okay, well, can I reserve you for next week? you know, next weekend? Can I get on your schedule for da da da?" And you're like, "Yes, absolutely." But I feel like they're like, "Oh, okay." And after they get through the rejection, they'll think it through and then they'll make that adjustment. So I like that for you. All right. So that's what's coming in, BB. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Lucia, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. So Lucia, good evening. You want to ask if your boyfriend is thinking be together or bring you to his country. Oh, okay. Let's take a look here. Based on his current energies, let's see what we have here. All right. I don't feel like it's like real soon because we got the Knight of Pentacles, which is the slowest moving knight out of it all. And the Devil card is Capricorn Saturn energy. And I feel like they're really focusing on their work. And um, so right now, I feel like a big part of their thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, it's slow moving. I don't feel like that is like a big priority right now because they're trying to the Knight of Pentacles is almost like a quest of finding solidity and finding a foundation first. Because I do feel like here, um, they want to make sure that they got this solid place um, before they go through all of that. The Devil card, Capricorn Saturn energy, is a lot of thinking and mindset changes that they need to go through and do in order to, bring and make significant changes. So I just feel like they've got so much going on that they want to make sure all this is done before they would head in that direction. So I feel like it's something that's on their list to think about, but not on their mind right now. So if that makes sense. But it's not like they don't want you there, but I feel like they got so much going on that they want to look at that first. Okay. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. Okay. And then Star Seed, you are up. Hello, Ashul. So your question is, why is Aditya ignoring you? Let's take a look here. What's going on here? Based on current energies, what's happening? All right. What do they have going on here? Oh, well, they do have quite a bit of transformation happening. The Seven of Wands here is this energy of, you know, not dimming their light, not um, asking permission to shine. But there's some conflicting energy that's going on in their life more so. Don't feel like that has anything to do with you. With the Eight of Pentacles, but there's this transformational energy, and whatever is going on, it just feels like it's taking up so much of their life. and it is about like a caterpillar going through a chrysalis. They're in their cocoon transforming. So I don't feel like they're ignoring you specifically. I just feel like they've shut out the entire world. And when you're in a cocoon, it's hard to talk to people, hard to talk to people because the cocoon is around them. But they're in this space of really super focus on who am I? What do I want? What's going on? And I just feel like they've withdrawn from everyone as they, really look at all that. So that's what's coming in right now, Starseed. I don't feel like they're, you know, like it's personal, like, oh, you did this to me or whatever. I feel like it's more, transformational, and they're just have ostracized themselves from the entire world. So I feel like that's what is going on there. So hopefully that makes sense. All right. So many blessings to you, Starseed. All right. Images, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Okay. Let's throw that down here. All right. So images. Hi. So your last update will be you popping on here asking about how you changed through the years and telling you about my final exams in middle school. You graduated 2 weeks ago. Congratulations, Dr. Images. So, a free question today. Who will you be meeting romantically soon? Hey, Doc. Well, congratulations. I love it for you. All right. So, who are you going to be meeting romantically soon here? So you got the Five of Wands and the Hermit. Well, no one, sorry. No, I'm just kidding. So you have the Hermit card here and the Five of Wands. There is this change of energy that comes in here because the Hermit, of course, has been, it's this taking time to yourself, this transformative energy. And the Five of Wands here, I like this. Well, reconnecting with friends is important with this Five of Wands. It does represent group energy. And I feel like, what you've been in school for so long, you're like, do your friends remember who you are? Because all you've been doing is studying and working and do you even have, contact with anyone? You're like, hey, everybody, like, we thought you died. And you're like, no, I graduated. And they're like, "Wow." So I do feel like the Hermit is you getting out of this zone of being by yourself and studying and all this, and the Five of Wands is with your friends group, I feel is where you're gonna meet somebody through friends. Um, and so I feel like, um they're not telling you a whole lot of who and those types of things right now. They're more telling you how, so that you can get out of your shell, get out of that hermit mode, get into hanging around with a friends group. Um, and it feels like it's an old group that you used to hang around with when you had time. And now it's about, you have a little more time on your hands to kind of spark some old friendships, and it's through these friends and hanging around that a friend of a friend attends the little get together, whatever, and that's how you meet them. So I like that for you. All right. So that's what they have for you right now. Images, Dr. Images. So many blessings to you. All right. So sorry, everybody. We're getting close to the ending here. Let's take a look here. A bit long-winded. Yeah, right. You're so funny. All right. And then Alice, I just saw here this was like an hour, over a couple hours ago. So maybe I did get to you. Let's see. Alice 225. Yeah, no, I already completed yours, Alice. Well, you'll see it when I do the thing here. All right. No images. You should be able to rewind yours right now while I'm live because I just finished yours. So if you rewind um, to the timestamp 5:45:33, you'll be able to hear your entire reading. That's coming in there too. All right. Oh, and Sean G. Oh, yeah. Let me take a look here. My email. I had stopped looking at it because I'd completed all the donations. Oh, yeah, you did have yours here. So, Sean G. let's take care of you here. Oh my goodness. So, Sean G, thank you so much for your donation via Zcash app. Let's grab yours. So sorry, I just now saw your comments. I haven't been looking down at the chat because I was going through all that. Yeah, the train, it didn't go through, right? I hear you. All right. So, Sean G. So, your question is guidance. I need to hear from your future self. Ooh, how fun. Let's take a look here. Any guidance from there? All right. Okay, everybody. Yeah, I wasn't reading the chat because after a certain time, and thanks for guys answering anything because when I'm doing free readings, I have to go up and go up, all the way down, all the way back up, all the way down, all the way back up. So when I start on the free reading, sometimes I don't check down in the chat. But I will post a pinned comment after I'm done listing the order of all the, there's a little bug, um, when I'm done. So anyway, so Sean G, let's get you taken care of. I'm only going to be on for about 9 more minutes. Whatever I don't finish, everybody, I will. I'll be back on at 6 in about an hour, and I'll say all that here in a minute. Let me focus on her reading. All right, so Shanji, Page of Cups is the energy on the bottom of the deck, which is all about. It's like the Page of Cups, this Ace of Cups, the chalice. It's all about self-love. It's all about self-love. Is really what I feel like the message from your future self is when you realize that everything in the external world is a reflection of our self-love, then we really prioritize our self-love, and that's the greatest gift we can give to ourselves and the world is raising my love vibration, letting go of thoughts and beliefs that don't serve me anymore, emotions that don't serve me anymore, energy that doesn't serve me anymore, things in my physical world that don't serve me anymore, and allowing my love vibration to rise and rise and rise, because as my love vibration is higher, we don't attract to us what we want, we attract to us what we are. And so the more we raise our love vibration, the more we just keep drawing in things that match that. If I'm, feel low about myself, I'm going to draw in mirrors and things that reflect that to me so I can see how I feel about myself, right? So everything is a reflection, everything is a mirror reflecting back to me how I feel about myself. My world, I don't see the world as it is, I see the world as I am. And I feel like that's, this important, awareness that comes in with all of that, right? So I love that. Let's see here. What else? That's the bottom of the deck. You've got the Hermit card and the Chariot card. Yeah. So, you know, power of choice energy, always so important. The Hermit, the importance of spending time with ourselves, being at peace, being alone. Because if we can't be happy alone, we can't be happy with someone else. And so I feel like these are big, huge things that come in here, with that because, and realizing we're never ever alone, that we are always, connected to the spirit, always connected to the higher realms, and we're never alone. Even when we're physically alone, we're surrounded by a host of beings that our human eyes couldn't see how distant this multitude of beings of unconditional love and light that are there that love us so much. And the Chariot card is realizing our power of choice. They're hitting you with all these big things, self-love, you know being happy with just ourselves, the Chariot card is every moment is a choice between higher vibration and lower vibration of the thoughts, of the emotions, of the energy, of our physical actions. And all of that rolls out into the outside world. Um, and um, that's what draws things to us too, right? So our choice of energy is so important, and being aware of it. And I feel like that's what they're saying here is anything we can do to bring awareness around where we're at in each moment allows us to make those changes. It's when we slip into automatic pilot where we're just going with not being conscious, we end up falling into old habit and into lower vibration because that's where we kind of revert into. And so, not being on automatic pilot in as many moments as we can is for us. That's what our future self is telling us, the things we've learned. Also, that heartache, expectations equal disappointment. So really this energy here of gratitude is so important. Yeah, with the Queen of Wands. If I focus on my fears, I grow those. If I focus on my gratitude, I grow that. So again, the Queen of Wands, this is that energy of I am the one in charge of these things, right? Um, so I really like that, the empowerment that comes through all of that. And then the Two of Cups and the Knight of Swords. I like this Two of Cups energy because they're like, one of the best relationships you'll ever have in your life is with me, your future self. The Knight of Swords. You can communicate with me, you can connect with me, and I'm ever changing, ever evolving because the future self you're speaking with right now is the future self based on the choices that you're on track of doing now. But you have all of these multiple future selves that do evolve and change as you um, make different decisions and different choices throughout your life too. You're ever evolving, ever changing, and the future is in your hands and no one else's. Your future is based on your choices. So I really like that for you. All right, so that's what they have for you, Shanji. And here's your fortune cookie. Donations get fortune cookies. So here is your fortune cookie. And you've got your future self gives you the refrigerator magnets confidence, which says, in this moment, I take a step back and look at myself. They're looking at you with pride of a good mother. I see an abundance of abilities and talents that show up all the time in big and little ways. And if I could stick myself on a refrigerator, I would. I would invite all the neighbors over and say, "Look at that. Can you believe what an A plus that is?" And I feel like that's what they're saying. They look back at you and, your future self looks back at your present self and goes, "Wow, what a rock star I am." So I love that for you. All righty. So let's take a look here. So Teresa Thornton, I did complete yours. Let me see here. Where are you, Teresa? Let's see. Wasn't a donation. I had your name here somewhere. There you are. Duh. So Teresa, and I'm about to end the stream here. Let me get rid of these other ones here because I don't need all this anymore. There we go. Let me just go up to here. Let's see. Shanji, there you are. Question guidance to you from your future self. Okay, here you go. All right, and then Cat Goddess, I think you got yours. So Yash Vihe. So whoever I didn't get to, I will complete you either in my next stream, which I will start at 6 p.m. If I finish any donations and the free readings in that one, I will move on and finish anything I didn't finish in this session. If not, whatever I don't finish from this session and from my evening session, after I go spend time with my YouTube channel members, my Praying Mantis, I come back on and finish out everything from the day. So there could be a total of 3 public streams, and after each one, I do post a pinned comment listing all the order of all the readings I completed with timestamps so that you can just leap forward on that. So I know here, let's see. So Yash VA, thank you for being a new subscriber. I will definitely get yours done sometime today. Um, and let's see, Cat Goddess, I think you saw that I completed yours. And then Sean G, we do have your free question. We'll come back that one at some point there. And let's see, just reading through here real quick. See if there's anything I can answer real quick before I go eat. Andrea, I'm not taking donations anymore in this one because I'm about to end. Sorry, I just saw that was like a half hour ago. Okay, very good. Glad that helped you out. Okay. And Tim de la Gem, hello, hello. You hit the bricks today. All right. Very good. And we'll give you extra guidance here when we return here at some point. Oh, you're so welcome, Red Thread. Thank you so much for all your beautiful, yeah, may enjoy your feast, for your beautiful comments. All right. Yeah, so I did capture the ones I did not complete, so I shall return on with that, and I'll post a pinned comment here in just a moment. So thank you guys again for all your patience in getting to your readings. I just hit 6 hours, so I'm going to go grab a bite to eat and post my next announcement of my next stream here in less than an hour. So I love you guys so much. Thank you for all your love, all your support. Oh, just real quick. I'll post it real quick. If you haven't got into, here it is, the drawing that I'm having for a personal recorded reading, be sure to check out this video. It's an announcement of the people that won from last month, but in the last portion, I talk about the giveaways for June. And if you want to watch something, we've got here the Cancer Sun season just came out. Next week, we enter summer and Cancer Sun season. So be sure to check out that video. There's a bonus card for each individual zodiac sign. And if you haven't checked out the solstice reading by each of the elements, here are those. And let me just post these real quick here too. These are by each of the elements, so you can just jump to those if you know what your element you want to check out is. But all those are free too with extra information. So if you want to check those out, be sure to do those too. Those are the last of the videos I'm going to put out like that. As I'm moving on to other things as well. So there you go. All right, everybody. Much love. We'll talk to you soon. Until then, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Remember, have some fun. Because why are we being so serious? This is a playground. Go have fun. All right, everybody. Love ya. We'll see you soon.